that if Chapter 9 institutions are designed to deepen democracy and to protect democracy, they will not be independent. They will not be independent and impartial if they are solely reliant on government or the state. So they need to have that authority to be independent, and that authority should be legislated so that if there is violation of democracy, there is violation of rights, for an example, women's rights, children's rights, or rights of the disabled people by the state, they are able to take up that institution and say, this department is violating these rights, instead of, because if they are embedded in government practices, then they will be forced to defend government. It will be difficult for them to critique government. So that is how I see the element of independence of Chapter 9 institutions, that they are protecting the constitution, they are deepening democracy, and they act, other people, they call them the watchdogs of democracy. They act as those watchdogs. But also, we who are practicing bureaucrats, we need to have respect for all our citizens and observe the elements of Batupili and the core principles of bureaucracy, which is independence. So I consider myself an independent person, an independent person, because in all my period or time working as a public servant, I've interacted with many different people, many different communities. And these different communities, they've got different cultures, different language, and different values. But when they come to me, I will use the private sector term. I see a client that needs service, language, and that needs different values, quality service. And that's how I manage to keep myself partial in all of these aspects. Then that also applies to the question that I could not answer earlier on in respect of the LGBTQ communities, that you will treat them as human beings that deserve treatment, that deserve good service, that deserve respect, and you'll try your best to make sure that they are protected and they get what they deserve out of the system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngomane. Honorable Sonyane.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings again, Mr. Ngomane. We really apologize for what have happened, that your interview had to be cut into two, but I can see you are not phased at all. With that said, Mr. Ngomane, you have spoken about your 2 decades experience. And then, you know, as a person who's served in local government, and then as well as your position as a chief director, I think you said you had almost 3,000 staff members directly or indirectly under your care. I mean, management, obviously, you've spoken your experience of managing stakeholders as well. And then you've also touched on your duties in dealing with policies. I really wish you would have told us, maybe in my answer as you are answering, you've spoken about your academic-wise, but you never explained to us. You said you have a master's, but you never told us in what. So we really would like to know, and I think South Africa would like to know that as well. If maybe you can just tell us your junior, honors, and master's degree, in which field. With that said, Chair, the questions that I'm going to ask you, it is not that we doubt that you have the experience there. You have it. We understand that. But maybe it's to give you an opportunity to be able to actually explain to us more and give us more meat on those issues, like the questions that I'm going to ask you. So the questions that I'm going to ask you will be on advocacy. If if you have any experience in advocacy and litigation. And then also, with what you've said on policy reviews, maybe you can also just give us maybe more meat on maybe which policies were those, and legislative legislative as well. With that said as well, can you also please maybe in your answer speak more about your men's forum and boys program in answering that, so that we understand your professional side, but we also want to understand your community side when you're answering those. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks a lot, Member Sonyan. Thanks. Well, my educational background, in fact, I am a graduate from the then University of Durban, Westville, and now it's called University of KZN, and that is where I completed my junior degree. I was majoring in public administration and political science. Then I did my honors with the University of Stellenbosch. I was majoring in public administration and local government, and my honors research was on informal economy, just to explore the dynamics in that sector. Then I did my master's with the University of Wits Business School. It was master's in management and new venture creation. It's called entrepreneurship and new venture creation at Wits. Basically, that is my formal academic training, but I've also been doing other short-term courses, which I don't think it's necessary because there are many on writing, on local government elections and events management, all of that. But those are short-term courses, and normally I don't even cite them on my profile because it's just for my own capacity building. So that is my academic qualifications. Then my master's research was on it was on entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship in the automotive industry, because I had a very much serious interest in the future of automotive industry, especially in South Africa. So I wanted to look into the electric industry, the electric cars and how they will impact on jobs and all of that. But I ended up not only looking into the impact of electric cars in our motor industry, I just did entrepreneurship in that sector. Then in respect of advocacy, we do advocacy. When I say we do, I'm talking about the element of men's forums. We do advocacy work, especially to highlight the plight of a boy child, that boys are also children and they should also be encouraged, they should also be protected, you know. We also do advocacy on issues of GBV to lobby the communities. If there is a case maybe of a woman that has been violated and that case was brought to our attention, for an example, the case of Tsogofatso Pule and Karabo Mkwena, we were also part of that case, giving encouragement and support to the families, linking families with social workers for counseling, but also advocating through mass media and community mobilization that this must stop, it must not happen again. There is a campaign that I'm also responsible for called 365 Days Men of the Year Awards. So we had partnered with Radio 2000. Every Wednesdays on Radio 2000 from January this year till I think April, if I'm not mistaken, we were on Radio 2000 talking about issues of gender-based violence and profiling positive male role models, so that to mobilize men to be partners against gender-based violence and any form of abuse. So that is advocacy work that I've been doing through the platform of men's forums, but also in respect of the boy child, we have partnered with Scouts South Africa. We've got about 180 boys, if I'm not mistaken, in the program, but only in the province of Gauteng. We are mentoring boys there to be good, responsible citizens, to be patriotic, also to have the element of self-love.
Time is up. I know, but you wanted to hear more, and it's interesting, but there's nothing I can do. His time, unless Honorable Sheriff can also say, Quebec, Steve. Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon. I think it's interesting, and I think, you know, when people who work in the government sector look at our work, a lot of the work we do is essentially community-based work in helping the community. And sometimes it's difficult because the work we do is a passion that we have for the people that we serve. So the interviews have been very interesting, especially somebody like you who comes from the public sector and has a lot of experience in the public sector and doesn't necessarily do work within an NGO or a civil organization. Having said that, working in the government sector for so long, you are obviously privy to the government plans and legislation that intertwines with the work that you do in social development, for example. Now, could you explain to the panel, number one, a little bit more on these men awards? It interests me because I'm of the view that you don't congratulate a fish for swimming, right? So giving awards to men for being good men is to me, it doesn't, I don't understand it. You have to be a good person, man or woman. This is the type of society that we want to have, and we want to have for the generations moving forward. So if you can just maybe give me some understanding and convince me why that's a good idea. Secondly, can you maybe speak about the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide? How do you understand the NSP, and what have you done in terms of the work you do in the public sector to implement and monitor and evaluate the implementation of the National Strategic Plan? Because essentially the National Strategic Plan is a national plan, but it must be integrated in provinces and within municipalities. So if you can give me a more technical answer on the work you do there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks a lot. Maybe let us start with the element of the NSP. You know, it links also very well with policy review aspect, because we have gone through the NSP and we said, how do we plug in men's sector in the NSP? We could find men's sector on, I think it's Pillar 1, coordination and leadership and accountability. We said men needs to take accountability and say, we are the cause of gender-based violence in the country. We are the cause of patriarchy. We are the cause of misery to our sisters and mothers. So we take that accountability, and let us take leadership by empowering the boy child and reprogram. We use that term. We need to reprogram the mind of a man, and reprogramming the mind of a man to accept and understand change in the society, to understand gender transformation and to support it. So through that pillar of the work that we do, we believe that we are supporting Pillar 1 of NSP in respect of coordination, accountability, and leadership. But also the element of I think it's pillar 2 that talks to social cohesion. We also support that pillar because the work we are doing in Men's Forum, it's intergenerational. It links to boys, it links to older men, it talks to families because we've got programs that talks to fatherhood. So it talks to families, but also through the Adopt a Gogo project, it links the older generation and the young ones. So that's how we support the NSP. But when I do the NSP review, I'm saying there's a missing pillar there. The pillar, because when you read the whole document of NSP, it says nothing about boys or men. So it's like they are not partners against inequality, against injustice, against violation of women. So I was saying, in fact, we had a conference in Gauteng on GPV Summit, and we put a proposal forward as men's sector to say there should be pillar 7 that talks about mobilization of men and boys as agents against gender-based violence in the country. So that then they will know every man, even if he's not part of men's sector, but when he reads the NSP, he can say, I'm expected as a man to stand up and do something, so that they don't, because the way sometimes gender issues are handled in South Africa, it's like gender issues are women's issues. And that's where many people get to confuse it. They don't see gender issues as human rights issues, as social cohesion issues, and even as economic empowerment issues. Because there is a pillar, I think it's pillar 5, that talks to economic empowerment of women. So that's how then we impact on the issue of NSP. And we did really review it. We are ready. We made our submission in that summit, but we are ready to make our submission when it goes to the national level, where I'm sure this portfolio and other national institutions, the gender machinery institutions in government will be participating. Then on the 365 Men of the Year awards, we are not praising a fish for swimming, but what we are doing, we need to understand that men in South Africa, they feel that they are facing social exclusion. For certain reasons, you'll find men saying, everything's about women, everything's about girl child. There is no take a boy child to work all of those things. So to avoid them feeling that social exclusion, and as a result, when sometimes media deals with issues of women abuse, they generalize, like all men are abusers, you see. So then you lose the men who are not abusers in the fight against gender-based violence, because they feel like we are not needed, we are called names, all of those things. So we said then to ourselves, how do we get men to be interested in empowering women? How do we get men to understand that women empowerment is not a threat, but it's necessary in ensuring social cohesion and ensuring equality and harmony in the society? So we came with the concept of 365 men's awards, because then we identify men, for an example, who are...
Your time is up.
Sorry.
It's not me, it's time.
It's time.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I continue?
Yes, Honorable Masondo.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Ngomane, I have heard you, and I have just only 2 questions for you for now. A key strategic outcome 2 of the Commission, as per its strategic plan of 2019-2024, is to promote and protect gender equality through public awareness, education, investigation, and litigation. One question, do you think that this has been done successfully? Number 2, what innovative means would you adopt to promote public awareness of and access to the Commission? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Member Masondo. It's dangerous to criticize the institution that you want to be part of. So I'm a bit reluctant to give a critical view, but I will say more work needs to be done in respect of litigation. More work really needs to be done, because I would have loved to see a situation where CGE becomes, maybe in other cases, friends of the court, to really explain the implication of other cases on gender equality and gender imbalances in the society. And there are profile cases that have shaken the whole country, and I would have loved to see CGE leading in those cases, or in certain discussions around gender issues. And sometimes the voice of CGE, you find that it's a bit silent on those instances. But also in respect of innovative ways of ensuring that communities are mobilized, as I've indicated, that I've got good understanding of stakeholder relations. In rural areas, in farm areas, in informal settlements, and even in townships, that's where I would like to see CGE more visible and exposed, because that is where they are needed most. So if I become part of the commission, I will ensure that we build relations there through ward committees, because ward committees have got portfolios. So members of ward committees that are responsible for women or gender issues, they must know, they must feel, and they must be part of CGE one way or the other. Ward councillors also, they must feel and they must be part of CGE. So I will partner with SALGA, then through SALGA in South Africa, we can infiltrate those wards and push advocacy there, push training of gender issues in communities, but also push partnership with the Department of Education, because in gender interest, there is what is called strategic gender interest and practical gender interest. The practical ones are those that needs to be dealt with now. The emergency one, issues of advocacy, of empowerment, of access to opportunities. Those are now, but the strategic one are issues that relates to the fundamentals, the root causes of the system, the paradigm shift in the society in respect of gender relations. So then, to ensure that there is that strategic and paradigm shift, you need to influence Department of Education. And I always say, in this country, we need peace studies in our schools, so that children, when they are young, they learn what is peace, the value of living a peaceful life, and the value of living in the society that is peaceful. When they grow up becoming agents of peace, because that is the life they know that they were trained in when they were young, then over time, we will see hostility and violence in our society, I believe, going down, if that is what our children are taught when they are young. But also, in ensuring stakeholder participation, I will partner with the filmmakers in South Africa. I will make sure that CGE has got formal partnership with filmmakers, so that the film we produce in a country are empowering to women, are encouraging to the girl child, but most of all are advancing the element of equality and peace. Unlike now, most of our films, they work against that agenda. They are violent. We see drunkenness, we see drugs and crime in some of these films. So you need partnership with filmmakers, have a conversation with them, and agree how you change and influence society. That, I think, is how we contribute in terms of stakeholder management, and in terms of advocacy. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Once again, good afternoon, Bongan.
Afternoon.
Having take so long and you have explained all you have to do and even your management and even your engagement in the community. But I have one question to you, that do you believe that you have leadership skills? If so, convince this panel that you can provide us with your example of when successfully use these skills, or when successfully organize yourself and you said, I'm using now my skills, I'm using now my leadership skills. Please convince this panel, provide them with examples of when you successfully exercise this leadership style. Thank you.
Thanks, Member Mhlengo. I believe I'm a seasoned leader and I'm a seasoned manager, because there's a thin line between the two, and other people sometimes they think it's the same. So I consider myself a visionary leader, because I am a leader that likes to solve problems before they even take place. And that is why even today, I believe that the partnership or focusing on the boy child and the girl child, it's what this country needs to do in ensuring that we ensure equality going forward. We ensure that there is peace in this country. We need to, for isiZulu mama, ngezwa ukuthi ukhuluma isiZulu sithi cultural semanzi. So I believe that programs like your Boys Scouts, program like your Girls Forums will assist in that. Where I have exercised my leadership qualities in the department, as I've said, I'm responsible for stakeholder relations. Sometimes the department develops infrastructure. Maybe we build old age homes or offices in the townships, and you find those projects being stopped or disrupted by the so-called business forums. They demand, I don't know where this element of 30% comes from, but somebody once told them that they must get 30% if there is a project in a township. And because of their nature, sometimes they can be threatening and violent, and nobody wants to engage them. But as a stakeholder relations officer, I'm forced to engage with them and to ensure that the project goes ahead. So I call meetings with them. I talk to them. I make them understand the importance of this project and the danger of them interfering with government development. And I must say that in my interference or in my interventions in those processes, we get projects restored within 24 hours. The project starts then and complete peacefully without any disruptions. And that is why I say to myself, this is how I exercise leadership. When you lead, you don't need to have fear. You don't need to be unreasonable. You treat those people with respect and you make them feel as partners of a greater whole of taking South Africa forward. So that is one element of it. But also, I started as a government official working in the department with this element of men's forums. But now I see myself as a pioneer and a leader in the men's sector throughout the country, because we are part of a organization or a project called Takwane Riem, which is part of SANEC nationally. So we influence also policy there. And I know that my contribution in that space is valued, because now and then I get invited, even when they review their own work, just to be part of that, to make program reviews and input. So those are instances that I can mention where I have seen my leadership helping South Africa and helping our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Caron.
Thanks, Chair, and greetings once more to yourself and Tate Komani. Is it? Yeah. You have been listening attentively to your responses. Tate Komani, you speak a lot of men's forum, a girl child, which is a good initiative. But I want you to expand further and tell us more. How will you make it a point? Because it's not issue of a girl and a boy. Currently, we've got LGBTQIA plus community. And you never said anything about that. Yes, your NGO has got good programs. As you said, yours is to promote equality and peace. But we can't have peace in the country while we still have people who are having a denial, living with the community of the LGBTQI plus. So, as a commissioner, as a pioneer, as a champion already, you also spoke about Takwane Rime. I guess you wanted to say that. Yes, I could hear. Yes, Takwane Rime as men and protect, because there's a notion out there where it's men who are doing all these ill things. It's a man who can rape a gay child. It's a man who can rape a binary or whoever. Therefore, I have got two questions, but they've got subsections. I want to understand, as a commissioner, how would you advise government department and its entities, as well as the private sector, to mainstream gender in order to achieve gender equality? Yes, you have mentioned, Ori, when you can become a commissioner, you'll be a friend of the court. Yes, you have mentioned that if you become a commissioner, you'll want to engage the film industry. But there are other sectors, your department, other department. You mentioned that when you led a big, be it a department, you once had your subordinate that were more than 300 or so. In terms of mainstreaming gender or your gender equality, how many females did you employ yourself versus males? That is my first question. The second question, Sam, what is your understanding of gender discrimination? How will you deal with the complaints of homophobia or intolerance towards non-conforming binary sexes? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. That's a tough one, member must say. It's true that I'm an activist in the men's sector, but I must also hasten to say we believe in partnerships. So we've got partnerships with women forums. I want to make a practical example. There is for lack of a better word, I'll say it's beauty contest. They call themselves Miss Commonwealth. They are our partners. They are focusing on women empowerment and girl child empowerment. We work very close with them. But also, I want to touch on the LGBTQI community. On a personal level, I have no problem with them. In fact, I grew up with them. One of my cousins is gay. So we grew up together with them and with his friends. We did not really understand when we were young because we thought he was just a boy like us. But as we grew up, then we understood that he was gay. He came out to us. He informed us as a family, and I think we were okay with that. So personally, I will have no problem working with them because I know them from my family. I know how to embrace them. I will have no problem with them. We had discussion with them in the summit that I spoke about. I think it's a 3 months, 3 weeks back summit in Gauteng, and the LGBTQI community was there in full force. They were articulating vigorously. And we supported most of the articulation, except one where I said to them, we will need to take this further, because they were saying to them, this thing of saying men and women must come to an end. We must just say human beings, you know. And I wasn't sure if I agree with that, because I wanted them to explain why they want to cancel the issue of men and women. So we agree that this must be taken further. They must convince us scientifically, historically, why must we cancel those identities which we grew up with for years and years. So we agree with them really. Any abuse, in fact, there is a case in Springs that we supported of a lady that was killed and violated because she was a LGBTQI. We supported the family. We went to courts to protest, to highlight their plight. Then on the also other issues, I have worked also with the disabilities community. In Garankuwa, there is an institution called Ariti Releng, which is an institution for disabled people. When I was still responsible for regions and institutions in the department, I visited that institution, and through my working with them, I started a music band and a computer training for them. So even today, I think we bought equipment of music equipment that was more than 500,000. We arranged special tutors for them. They were trained, and now they've got a band. But because of people moving around, I was told that the band is not as strong as it used to be because other people have left the institution and others unfortunately passed on. So I find it very easy to work with any sector as long as there is that element of development, there is that element of advancing humanity. Then on the issue of female employment, I will go back again to Adopt a Gogo. When we started that program, the agenda was that people that will be employed there, it will be men, because we want to show the community that men can and must defend the vulnerable people, these older women. But when we're doing recruitment, we realize that no, other older women will be more comfortable maybe being dealt or attended with by women. I thought it's by women. So as a result, 60% of adopters there now are women, which was against the original idea of having 100% men. But by looking into the reality of issues, our volunteers in that program, 60% were women. And I did that against other voices who were saying, now we are confusing the concept, Mr. Ngomane, because the concept says it's men protecting and adopting cocos, not the other way. But by looking and saying, we need women here, and there is nothing taboo about them being part of a men's forum program, we rope them in. I'm not sure if you don't mind, maybe we can repeat other questions around, I think it's gender discrimination that we're talking about. Yes, that you are referring to. Gender discrimination happens by and large because of stereotypes, because of patriarchy also. When you know, there are institutions that teaches that men is better and stronger than women generally. It's God given that men are better and stronger than other women. And that's where sometimes gender discrimination happens. But there is transformation now in our countries. We now see women who are priests being accepted. We see women who are professors, who are head of institutions, who are ministers, and they are being accepted. So truly indeed, there is more progress towards women empowerment in South Africa now than before. And I want to believe that there is more understanding that women are equally, if not more capable in other instances than men. So in advancing issues of gender transformation and gender mainstreaming, I will say we need to channel our women and young girls towards STEM, which is STEM. It's an acronym for science studies, for technological studies, for engineering studies, and even for math studies, because that is where the world is going to. It is through STEM that we will see and that we see the world changing every day. So if we've got more women there, more girls there, surely they will be leading the world in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have come to the end of your interview. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ngomane. We are done with your interview. We apologize for load shedding. Unfortunately, it's not our creation. So I'm sure by now you would have been done a long time ago. But anyway, we wish you good luck. Is there anything that you want to share with the committee, or whether you want to ask us any question?
No, Chair, I would just like to appreciate this chance, space and time that I was given, and the professional conduct in which the Commission has engaged me.
The committee.
The panel, in fact, the committee, yes, the professional conduct and the invitation, it means a lot to me. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will be deliberating on our outcomes of the interviews next week, Tuesday. You can watch us on 408 again. And then after that, we'll be presenting our report to the House. And from the report, after being adopted by the House, the Speaker will take it to the President for the final appointment. So those are the processes that we go through when we are dealing with these processes. But thank you very much for accepting our invitation for these interviews. We wish you good luck and fly safe back to Gauteng. I'm sure that you did get a flight. I'm not sure when are you flying, today or tomorrow? Oh, no problem. Enjoy Cape Town. At least, yeah, they'll enjoy Cape Town. Most of these candidates, they will enjoy Cape Town today. Yeah, thank you very much. I think the next candidate will be Commissioner. Bizolo Mukhale. Yes. No, we can. What I'm suggesting is that maybe if you can take your food and come and have a working lunch, because you want to eat.
Let's have a working lunch. Working lunch is eating here when we are working. It's strategic challenge. Waiting for long, guys.
What time is it? It's 13:29. No, it's for professionalism and for the decorum of the.
That's what I was thinking.
Of the House. Let's take 20 minutes.
And then we go now.
Yeah. Let's take 20 minutes. Ne? Let's adjourn for 20 minutes and take have lunch and then we start. Please, exactly 20 minutes.
Okay, Chair.
Ngitshelile lo account ukuthi azoyenza ukuthi cheese. Thank you very much, honorable members. We are resuming with our interviews again. 408. Yibaba off. Smele bona manje. Right. Babuza ukuthi seku-right sesizoqala. Angithi sayenza le nto sathi. Good afternoon, honorable members. Commissioner Mukhale, you're welcome and good afternoon. Our apologies, this room, it's cold. So you are going to be here with us for 45 minutes. Honorable members, are you ready? I can start? Yes. Oh, okay. Okay, my name is Nonhlanhla Ncobendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. And next to me is Kashifa, our content advisor, and Neliswa, our committee secretary, and our two researchers there, the back, Tasnim and Christel. The gentleman on your far left is our sign language interpreter, and the lady, they are both our sign language interpreters. And the gentleman who just came in is Dr. Tembe, our legal person. I'm sure you are familiar with all the honorable members. I'm sure with you, there's no need for honorable members to introduce themselves because you know almost all of them. You've been with this committee for 5 years. Next month, it will be 5 years for you. Okay. Our first question will be, tell us about yourself and who are you, where are you coming from, and why have you applied for this position?
Okay. As you all know, my name is Ntabiseng. I am a daughter of two community development activists. I started off as a social worker and then I trained as a lawyer and I am currently practicing as an advocate. But parallel to that professional side of me. Yeah. Okay, is that? Yeah. Okay, should I start or is it fine? Okay. I am a daughter of two community activists, and that's where I learned my community activism. But in terms of my professional training, I started off as a social worker, I trained as a lawyer, and I'm currently practicing as an advocate, as well as being part-time at the Commission for Gender Equality. I have started and worked in several organizations, but some of the highlights of my career were actually where I had to start something from scratch. After the WACAD 2002 conference in Durban, a World Conference Against Racism, I was called upon to start the Anti-Racism and Xenophobia unit in the Department of Justice. Before then, I'd been at Power, where I found Power being an organization that is based in one area of Johannesburg, Berea, Yeovil. And I developed Power to a point where we had Power in the East Rand Katoras, we had Power in Sebokeng, we had Power in Soweto, and then we moved from a small house, which was our shelter in Kensington, to a bigger house that was a shelter and could accommodate more women in Florida and Rudiport. I then went to the Department of Justice, as I said, and at the Department of Justice, I started off at the NPA, where I was part of the initial group that rolled out the Tutuzela care centers and reviewed the J88 and so many other things. I'm also a community activist. In my own spare time, I do a lot of work around leadership training. Part of my work basically is also focusing on women empowerment. I, for the past 5 years now, short of the 2 years of COVID, have been running workshops for women in townships, in churches, societies, stokvels, anywhere where I get called on different regimes of marriages, your customary marriage, and what is called your civil marriage, and all of those, drawing up your will, educating people about why a will, etc. I have a group of attorneys that I work with, that during the Wills Week, I call on them. Usually we go to the churches in Mohlakeng, where I tell people about the values of a will and answer their questions. And then afterwards, they're able to be drawn up wills for free from attorneys. To date, we've got about 400 or so women who, as a result of that project, have been able to have wills and have secured their properties and have documentation on what should be done with their estate should they die. I do leadership training at various institutions, one of which now is being called to do leadership training at the OR Tambo School of Leadership, with the view of expanding the programs to the broader society in terms of leadership and touching up on that. And I'm now part of that to continue with the governance and development leadership that I'm doing. I've done a lot of workshops for the YWCA, Young Women's Christian Association, especially around women and development and leadership.
Thank you very much. Advocate Mokhale. Thank you very much, Advocate Mokhale. I now hand over to honorable members to ask you questions. The first honorable member will be Honorable Masiko, Honorable Mpiti, Honorable Masondo, Honorable Sheriff, Honorable Hlengwa, Honorable Carol, Honorable Hlonyane, and lastly, Honorable Boni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you very much, Commissioner, for the response. My question is, what is your full understanding of the mandate of CGE, its powers as well as its functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation? And the second part of the question is, please explain the role of a commissioner in the Commission of Gender Equality. And I also want to extend that and say that, do you feel that the Act as well as the enabling legislation supports the commissioners to fully, execute their roles and responsibilities? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable, for the questions. The mandate of the CGE is very clear. as contained in Section 181 of the Constitution. But when you look at that, the mandate of the CGE, it actually is one of the most difficult of this organizations, or rather the entities under that Chapter 181.1. Unlike others, our mandate is about any and everything in South Africa in terms of us going in there to ensure gender equality. You know, others will be focusing on elections, others on making sure that the money for the fiscus is audited properly. Others will focus on if there's complaints against government, you go there. Whereas with us, it is actually the biggest, second to the IEC, because it says gender equality in the whole of South Africa. It also mentions that our clientele is anybody and everybody, government, private society, private sector, civil society, all those sectors. So the entire country is actually our client. In terms of the powers and functions, the Act is very clear. We have a power to go into any entity to investigate, to inquire, to recommend, to research about how things are done, etc. It also takes us further and say, should you not get any cooperation from any of these sectors, I think it's Section 12 of the Act, you have the power to subpoena, you have the power to take action against them. There are a lot of things that you can do. The Act is actually not limited to Section 9.4 or so, or 9.3, contrary to what people believe. Because our Act, once you talk gender equality, you're talking not only Section 9, you're actually talking Section 7 of the Constitution, which says bring to life equality of rights in every sector. That's what we do. It also goes to Section 10, which talks about human dignity. We know that as a result of gender equality, there's a whole lot of indignity that women are subjected to, and that calls for us to fulfill it. And then there are a whole lot of other areas. For example, Section 28 that deals with children. You cannot separate a woman from a child. So even Section 28 puts responsibility on us to say, once you say in the interest of the child, protection of the child, the mother must have been protected already. But it's not about only women, but rather gender equality. I just wanted to explain that. So the function is to realign our society, if I could put it that way. We are aware that we have inherited over generations a patriarchal society. It's something that is beyond our control. But our Constitution has given the Gender Commission that task and opportunity to realign. Because once you're talking gender equality, you're saying disrupt, intervene, realign, strengthen one sector, show unequivocally a bias. And that is where women come in, to say, show a bias towards women to bring them to par. But in South Africa, we already are seeing a new problem that is emerging of the other gender feeling threatened, and thus the violence, etc. So it's not as simple as realigning and strengthening. It's about a balance and all the other genders in between that the Constitution allow and have got to be protected. So it's a very huge mandate. And then the role of a commissioner is that person that has actually been appointed by the people of South Africa. And why I say that is because you are the people who have been appointed by the people of South Africa to bring to life what is in the Constitution. Set up laws, do this. And we then come in as part of you trying to bring to life the Constitution by appointing us to say, you focus on that, you focus on this, you focus on that, the different whatever that is happening in government and beyond government generally in society. So we are, thank you, the servants of South Africans, basically. Thanks.
Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. It's really great to hear inputs. I think you're the first incumbent commissioner that we are interviewing. So I do think that our questions will be a little bit different for you on that basis. But having said that, one of the questions that I've really been interested throughout this process has been to ask candidates around their views of the CGE in the past couple of years, and asking them, what type of shortcomings have they identified, having been people who have been outside of the institution and wanting to come in to assist. And so using that same question, I will then ask you, in the past couple of years that you've been with CGE, we've obviously seen quite a number of issues that have filtered through to the public through the media. Yes. And so I would really just like to ask if you could maybe just outline some of those shortcomings that you've seen while being on the inside, and essentially just tell us what type of interventions you've tried to do having been on the inside. And should you be appointed again, how could we count on you to make sure that those very same problems that were taking place will not be taking place anymore? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Honorable. The first problem that I would identify with the CGE is the limited funding. The CGE is getting the list of the budgets of all the Chapter 9 institutions. Our budget is shockingly limited. But having said that, it also points to challenges internally where sometimes we are not even able to spend the very limited budget that we say is limited. But that points to internal challenges which we are addressing. Secondly, we find that the one of the biggest challenges was actually the complacency within the CGE that I know when I joined was there. But thankfully, we have been able to deal with a lot, if not all, of the complacency. Complacency in the sense that, when you're in a performance position, you hardly even get evaluated and your contract is guaranteed to be renewed. That we have dealt with. We have managed to relook at those things and align them. Internally, again, salaries that had disparities where you couldn't get a clear answer of why these disparities. We have been able to align that. We had employees internally who were on perpetual month-to-month, 3-monthly, whatever, for years on end. We've been able to straighten those out. So we are looking at an organization that now, whether it gets a clean audit or not, the processes internally will be streamlined. We have gone through, I think, 17 internal policies that we have looked at, that we have ironed out and interrogated and reviewed and have brought to speed. We have got a policy, and maybe we were one of the last, which is particularly disappointing as a human rights organization, the reasonable accommodation policy. And as you may know, the level of lack of understanding of what that is and what it means showed at that time. But internally, we've been able to streamline a lot of things. We're now focusing even on strengthening our provinces, because our provinces are quite small and lacking We are looking at actually making provinces to expand. That is why we're looking for more money. When you look at a province like the Free State, it is actually, we're not even scratching the surface when you consider that the former Kwakwa is just the region that must be serviced from Bloemfontein. But here in Paris and all those other places near Johannesburg, it takes forever for somebody to come and do a workshop there. Then there's Zastron that is next to the Eastern Cape, serviced by 4 people in Gauteng, in the Free State. So we're looking at all of those things and say we need to strengthen. Considering the Eastern Cape, it is actually, again, shocking. It is a vast province. Again, we've got about 7 or 8 or so people. So we're halfway there because we have identified those problems and we are going out looking for funding to deal with them. So it's going to be a bigger and a better CGE. In addition, when you look at complaints and legal, we have also developed tools to say, who do we take when they walk through our doors? Why would you be taking them in relation to our mandate? What help can we give to them? How do we do it? Right up to the end of when you refer somebody and monitoring if that referral has been effective. So there's a lot of good work that has been happening there. New energy that has been brought in with new appointments, as you all are aware. So we're ready and raring to go.
Thanks, Jay. Just a quick follow-up. My apologies, colleagues, but that was, I usually ask 2 questions, but I needed you to respond to this one before I conclude with my last question. I'm grateful that you've outlined the issues that you've outlined. And I think one of the important points that sometimes get forgotten is institutional knowledge, that is very important to keep in an organization or an institution like the CGE. But noting all the problems that we've seen, I mean, the CGE, the lack of senior management that is there, the controversies that we've seen, we must be able to find out, should you go back, how exactly and what type of role will you play around those particular issues? Okay. Because if the issues have happened within your time in the CGE, we cannot simply divorce you from those things. I hope you understand that I'm not blaming you for anything that has happened in the CGE, but at the same time, you were part of it. And so I want to know from you, how exactly will you, going back into the CGE, look at the issues you've outlined and make sure that they don't happen again, because the CGE is a fundamentally important institution in our country. And so the issues that I think have plagued it, in the more recent years are issues that we really, really cannot afford the CGE to have. Yes. So if you can really just answer me directly in the sense of what is going to be different going back for the next term. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for the question, Honorable. I think at a certain level, I'll continue doing what I've been doing for the last 5 years, providing a different kind of leadership that demands accountability and accounts in return, leadership that insists on good governance and is not shy to go where people have not gone. In case, actually, it's not in case you're not aware, but a lot of you do know that there were staff members who annually, Nomaganjani, we're getting 17% increase. That up to now, nobody can answer what it is all about, how. And this was over and above performance bonus that was not based on performance. And we came and we disrupted those things and we asked. When I talk about good governance, for example, we had a situation where the policy says anything beyond 80% warrants a bonus. We are paying staff for 100%. Yet they say 82%, 18% short of what they're supposed to achieve for the salaries that they're getting anyway must be additionally rewarded. We have challenged and stopped that. We had a situation where people were not coming to work every day. There were people who would come 2.5 days in a week. and we came in, we asked questions, we stopped that. We had situations where provinces were being bought stuff that never reaches provinces. We're investigating it, and unapologetically so. So when I say I will continue, I'm not saying I will continue with the wrong things, but definitely we're on the right track. We will continue to scratch the surface. But when you look at some of the unfortunate things that happened inside the CGE, they were outside of our control in the sense that it was the embedded wrong culture that had been happening, where it's almost like there are certain people who are out of bounds. You touch us, you will feel our wrath. We've been there, we're over the worst now because the wrath has come out. No organization ever survives 6 weeks of newspaper articles that are negative. We've come out the other side. The one thing that I also have enjoyed at the CGE was that we had robust debates. We've been a collective of commissioners who have been able to tell each other that is wrong. It is not going to be accepted here. And we ask questions, we demand questions. You know, whether people are in 1, 7 or whatever jobs, it has been us, the commissioners, who have said, how then are you going to give us your time? And when this and this is happening, we don't see you. When are you giving us your time? It has been us. And it has been a different situation because I think it had been the culture of let me just go and peep and see them and I'll be back. We started a situation where we've got projects, commissioner programs. I go, or I'm expected to go to my province twice a week. I've only not gone to my province twice a week. I've also gone to another province where I am providing backup. But that backup has also been provided by other commissioners who have actually felt, I don't have to be in my province today. Let me come with you and learn, you know, those kinds of things. We had a situation, for example, where this relationship of the CG with some sectors of society was strained, particularly traditional leaders. I went in there. I made it my business to say, you cannot have a sector where some of the most downtrodden citizens of our country are subjects of or citizens within those geographical areas. And we say we want to have nothing to do with them. Today, we have a situation where in 2 provinces at least, we've trained the chiefs on gender-based violence. We've trained the chiefs on traditional marriage. We've trained the Khosana, the traditional council members, on those things. We have trained Mafumahadi, the wives of chiefs, because of the power, rightfully or wrongfully, that they have. And the CGE today has made inroads to educate women in traditional settings, geographically, to say, you have rights, you are equal. There is a constitution above all of this. So we have done a lot of work. Thanks.
Thank you, Advocate.
Commissioner Mokhale, I'm still on that question of Honorable Mpiti. What is it that you consider independence by commissioners vis-a-vis what's the work that was done by the portfolio committee? Because in the newspapers, we once saw some of your colleagues complaining that the portfolio committee is interfering with the work of the commission. And so in your view or in your understanding, do you consider yourselves as independent? Or do you consider, when you look at the work that is done by the portfolio committee, do you think the portfolio committee is interfering in the work that you're doing as CGE? And in fact, in terms of accountability, where are you supposed to be reporting and accounting as the commission?
Chair, I think it's section 181.2 that set up Chapter 9 institutions, which talks about all these institutions, after it has listed them under 1811, have got to be independent, serve without fear, favor, or prejudice. I think section 7 of the Constitution again says we've got to enable equal rights, access to rights without fear, favor, prejudice. The CGE Act has actually taken it one step further and said we've got to provide services without fear, favor, prejudice, and or bias. And that means we're answerable to each and every nook and cranny and corner of South Africa. And how we answer to everybody in the country is through the leaders that they have chosen and given a mandate to go out there and set up the South Africa that we want. So you are here as those people. We were not chosen by the people. We were employed by you, fulfilling the mandate that you have been given by the people of South Africa. We definitely 101% answerable to you because you are the leaders and representatives of those people. Calling us, asking us questions in terms of how to answer, what to answer for, is not interference, it's accountability. That's what should be happening. The money that is being put into the CGE, no matter how little it is, it's public funds. You were chosen by the public to represent them, to want development and accountability in this country. We have got no other place but to answer here. I know there was a debate inside the CGE where somebody was saying, we answer to the president. Even when we were being blocked, our salaries were being blocked. Some of us, they were like, go and tell the president that you know, it's COVID, we can't pay you. That's an absurdity. The president is head of a country, but National Assembly is the place where accountability has to be brought to.
Thank you very much. Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Advocate Mohale, for the responses that you are giving. Now I'm in a strategic plan. A key strategic outcome too of the Commission as per its strategic plan of 2019 to 2024 is to promote and protect gender equality through public awareness, education, investigation, and litigation. Do you think that this has been done successfully? What innovative means would you adopt to promote public awareness of and access to the Commission? Thank you.
To a large extent, Honorable Masondo, it has been done successfully, but we could do better. Like I gave the example of the Free State, where you have one public education officer who traverses the entire Free State with the hope of reaching, you know, as much as they could. They can never do enough. But when you look at what we have done in terms of the law, we have moved, and I think that follows up on your question, Honorable Peter, in terms of the things that we hope to do differently. We are hoping to go into strategic litigation, where we're saying, let it not be about the number. The number, yes, is important, but let it be about a bigger and deeper footprint, where we take on strategic litigation that we know, should there be any success, it would be for a bigger part of society. The CGE was part of the team as a friend of the court that took up the issue of Miss Mahlangu, who fell into a swimming pool and died. And it was only discovered at that point, 8 years ago, that domestic workers and gardeners are not covered by compensation of injuries at work legislation. And we took it up, and now COIDA covers everybody in South Africa. So that's the bigger and deeper impact that we want to do. We also had a situation at a school. It did not necessarily result in litigation, but there was intervention where a girl was suspended with the view of actually being expelled from a school for being in a relationship with another girl. And we went in there and intervened. And currently we're trying to line up meetings with all the stakeholders within the education system, the basic education system, so that we can actually formalize that. We also have a situation where the Muslim marriages case, where the CGE was able to intervene, and now section 1 of the Property Marriage Act has actually been found to be unconstitutional because it was excluding Muslim and or Sharia law marriages. So we are making those inroads that those women now can actually enjoy the benefits that the Marital Property Act allows people who are married under the so-called civil. So we're working on a number of legal matters. We are in the courts now with one of the traditional leader community that have actually refused the firstborn girl to be chief in their community, all because of their gender. So we are hoping that once we have these victories as the CGE, they will impact on all of them. But like I say, with promote and protect, we could do more. And if we could get funding, that will enable us to get people. In fact, we have got an idea that we have mooted where we're saying if we could have regional offices within provinces where it doesn't have to be the person from Bloemfontein going to Paris, doesn't have to be a person from Bloemfontein going to Viljoenskroon, for example, but rather those kinds of areas have got mini offices and then go out there. But with the funding that we are looking for, we're also looking at bringing in university students. There are a lot of young students who are doing gender studies and all of that who we can be able to reach out to. I know there's usually social media, etc., but social media has become, it eats itself up in the sense that sometimes you don't necessarily get what you want out of social media when you bring up serious issues, because people can go off a tangent and then it becomes a frenzy for all the wrong reasons. So we're still trying to keep it safe and people-based, etc. But we are wanting to partner with as many people as we possibly can, and we over the periods are gaining traction in that result, in that way.
Commissioner Mokhale, yes. Still on that point, how do you practice, how do you do legal practice and deal with litigations when you, as an institution, you ripped off your powers to practice legal issues as an institution by illegal practice council? So how do you continue to do that work when your legal standing is not correct? How do you deal with that one? Okay.
Thanks for that question, Chair. You've actually raised a very critical issue. One of the things that we'd been asking was, why is it that in most of the cases we become a co-litigant, or not even a co-litigant, a friend of the court in most instances? That was when we found that in 2014, the CGE missed an opportunity to register as a provider of legal services. I and a colleague of mine in the Secretariat are busy working on that matter to get registered, re-registered. On the 15th of September, the LPC held a meeting to specifically look at a number of issues, one of which is this one. We are approaching it at a two-pronged level. At the level of restore what we had before so that we can run our clinics, we can go to court, we can do all that. But in the meantime, give us accreditation because anybody can apply for accreditation and it's quicker. So that is what we are doing. But it's also important to mention that we were not stripped of our powers. We actually missed the opportunity. We let our guard down. I don't know what the phrase is in English. We let the ball down or something like that. Yes. Where when everybody was asked to comment and make inputs in the LPC in 2014, we were caught napping. So we were not even stripped. We were bypassed because we did not respond as we should have. But it's something now that we are correcting. We only picked it up in 2020, at the end of 2020 or beginning of 2021, when one of our lawyers in one of the provinces went to court, and now LPC says randomly, any presiding officer can ask for your papers, and it was found that, no, you're actually not registered. So, which was a pity. 7 years later, it was only picked up. It is a grave pity, but it is being attended to.
How long does it take for you as commissioners to rectify that?
Chair, why we
this
say
thing was done, you say 7 years ago?
It was only known to the CGE in 2021. So ever since we've been going there. Chair, why we actually decided that let us rather ask for accreditation in the meantime.
Maybe let me just hold you there.
Okay.
You see, the problem that we're having with CGE, you are having that problem that you just responded to my answer now. And at the same time, you as CGE, you took more than 2 years to fill the position of the head of legal.
Yes.
And as an institution, how do you cope?
Chair, we have had to cope with people coming into that position to act, but that has barely been good enough in the sense that we saw it as a problem because there was a blockage. That is why one of the reasons why we do not have our last CEO that we had employed. We had to take action because it was almost like this is not going to happen, because if it happens, it has to go through certain channels, which I think they wanted to be bypassed or what. We don't know what it is. We have advertised now a week or so ago. I'm not sure when it's closing, so we will have that. But it has been a problem because we have had somebody who acts in the position. And as you know, the culture of acting sometimes is not efficient because people don't want to do certain things that are serious, etc. But we are at a stage where we are attending to it. There is actually not a good reason that we have been provided with why the delay. We have brought it to your attention. It has been an issue that we have dealt with over the months. The first advert that came out was in December 2020. So the whole of 2021 and 2022, we've been battling to say what is going on. We were equally disturbed, but we have attended to it now.
Okay. Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you very much, Chair. Commissioner Mukhale, you must understand that as an incumbent, we have to hold you a little bit more accountable for the work that you've done, because you've been in the CGE for quite some time. As you answered to one of the questions, I think it was by the chair, in terms of who do you account to, and you said to the National Assembly. Could you please tell the panel, when we had asked for the report on the work that you've done in Q1, but did not receive your report? Can you please explain why?
I'm actually not aware that you did not receive my report because I submitted it, but I do know that I submitted it late, but it was not later than the date by which it would have been dispatched to you guys. So I'm actually worried when you say that, because I did submit it, but it was later than everyone else. When I say National Assembly, I hope you do understand that I mean you guys. You are a part of. Okay, so it's not like somebody out there. Okay.
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 I think you must follow up, because the report we received as a portfolio committee says that you did not give a report on the work that you've done. My second question, Commissioner, is a lot of the critique that we have for the CGE, and I imagine you feel the same way, is that you do your work, you have a report, you put together the work, you have recommendations, but those recommendations collect dust in an archive on somebody's desk. What will you do differently to ensure that your reports are not just a waste of time and paper, but is actually being implemented?
I don't want to use the same phrase I used for Honorable Pity, but to some extent, we will do exactly that. We will continue to be to insist on accountability from our from the people who are supposed to implement the recommendations of those. We are there to oversee and to intervene when there are problems. We will continue to do that without fear or favor. The other thing that we will also do, which I think is an issue at the CGA, but hopefully it's not going to be an issue anymore because we have new people, I think, is to actually take them through the process of who the CGE is in the scheme of things as a Chapter 9, so that they understand where even you are coming from. But I think it will also place us in a better position because they will even understand who we are as commissioners, because there's that confusion to say, don't ask, you are supposed to be a board, don't ask, don't interfere. When we, according to the CGE Act, says you are the commission members and you go out there to set up a system, a structure to ensure that gender equality is achieved. So we with the new people that have come in now, we need to actually do that and do that efficiently so that people understand that your recommendations are actually an obligation on us to respond to. Yes.
I think I have time for a follow-up, Chair. Just to probe you a little bit more on that question, I'll give you an example. The report on the IRAP was a scathing report on all departments, especially Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, that basically met zero of their targets. You had recommendations. Nothing happened with those recommendations. What is the way forward?
Something happened, Honorable. We have actually been working with the Department of Women to follow up on the recommendations. And I think even from their side, there's been challenges in terms of doing some of the things that came out of the recommendations and even taking forward the process in relation to the coming national summit. But we are following those up. In fact, our monitoring of the hotspots, why it actually included the Tutuzela centers, was part of us going back to see that the recommendations that we gave to them have actually happened. When we came back from a session with them where we gave them feedback, there were some of the things that they suggested that we changed, and we refused because we stood by the contents of the report. And now there has been that meeting of the minds where we exchanged ideas, we clarified what we mean, and we are working with them very closely to follow those up. Yes, thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sharif. Why did it take long for you as CGE to finalize your handbook? In any company, there's a code of conduct, and there are policies that are guiding or governing a company. So you as commissioners, you've been saying you are busy with your handbook up until to date. You are still busy with your handbook. What is the problem? Because one, you have cases that you have not concluded, that took for a very long time. And two, how do you discipline your colleagues within CGE?
Chair, let me just clarify. We do have a 2014 handbook that is currently being used to implement. What we have then done was to look at that copy and then said, there are gaps here and there. Sorry, let us update it and develop it and expand it further, considering certain of the challenges or strengths that we are seeing that we want to amplify. So that is where the handbook thing came from. It was actually updating and improving what exists. So basically, what we are using currently is the 2014 handbook, which is still applicable, which we still use. The challenges that we have had up to now have not been as a result. Can I continue? Okay. The challenges that we have now have not been as a result of us not having a handbook. It has been that there is a handbook that we are using. Even the court cases that we are having now, we have submitted the handbook as our governing code. It has been the interpretation of that handbook internally, and sometimes even outright, almost like deliberate or nonsensical misinterpretation of things that have delayed. It has been, honestly, some of the delays I cannot explain, except to say I take full responsibility as one of the team members who ought to have seen that it does get finalized. We have been working flat out now this past few weeks in preparation of our meeting that was supposed to happen today, actually. And now, so we are working on it, Chair. There isn't a good enough reason why it has not been finalized up to now. I think one just has to be honest. And
thank you very much, Honorable Hlonyane.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings again. It's nice to see you. Commissioner Mukhale, it's very difficult, as my colleagues have said, to actually go through a process of interviews with the current commissioner. So, but the questions that I'll ask you are only two, really, because it will be honestly relevant for me to ask you some of the other questions, because it's what you do on a daily basis at CGE. So the question that I'm going to ask you, and not that, but is one of the things that we've picked up. So I just want you to hear from you, how would you explain the question that I'm about to give you? So with the challenges that have been faced by the CGE, which you know as a commissioner. I put it to you that the ability to communicate is a key to the position of a commissioner, both internally and externally. So internally, one of the biggest challenges within the CGE is communication among commissioners. So as a commissioner, moving forward, if you are given the opportunity to actually go back, how do you think you are going to improve the communication amongst commissioners so that we don't deal with some of the issues that we've dealt with as the committee because of the lack of communication between commissioners? And then externally, the CGE has been accused of not being known, especially in the rural areas. Furthermore, the CGE is not understood by communities of what its role and responsibilities are. How are you going to improve this if given an opportunity to be a commissioner again? Your term, my second question now, your term is coming to an end. Can you at least give us the highlights of your achievements regarding legislative and policy review? Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the question, Honorable. Just on answering the issue of improving communication, I want to assure this sitting that we actually have improved it already. Why we have gotten to this stage of 5 years later, we're still together, but for the people who voluntarily resigned early on in their term, is because over the years that communication has improved. And our communication was actually as a result of different background of where we're coming from, different understanding of where we should be going to, and misunderstanding of how we should go there. But fortunately, we have found ourselves. As you know, we do have a business model that we have actually now put together as a vision, as an understanding for ourselves as an organization of where we should be going. So our communication, we have been able to learn from our communication. We have had some of the most robust meetings, but those meetings have almost always come out with a positive outcome. Why I say positive outcome is because we have been able to give ourselves and each other very honest feedback about ourselves and each other. That is why we are at a place where we are now. We are at a very happy place, if I could say that, in the sense that now we understand each other. Now we know that we are looking for the same thing. And I suppose that's human nature, where you come in and everybody's testing everybody's ego and saying, no, actually, this should be going this way, this should be going that way. We are past that now. So our communication has improved a lot. Then externally, how are we going to ensure that we are known? I think one of the things that made the CGE not to be known was that the CGE itself, to a very significant extent, was not sure that they do know who they are. One of the things that I've always raised inside was that why is it that the CGE wants to operate like an NGO in certain instances, where it responds to certain things rather than it being a Chapter 9 overseeing everybody that it happens. There is a concept inside the CGE that was mostly used. Fortunately, it's fading away, where people were talking about like-minded entities, where almost like the like-minded entities would be above reproach, above scrutiny, and on the one side. But nobody could understand what it means when you say like-minded in relation to our mandate, which says no fear, no favor, not prejudice. In relation to our act, which says no fear, no favor, no prejudice, no bias. When you say, how then are you going to deal with this organization if something happens inside them? We have also stopped a practice inside the CGE where NGOs or other entities would come in and want us to endorse their position on something. And you say, no, you can't do that. By being independent, you cannot do that. And it's those robust debates that we had that now people understand to say you cannot align, you cannot borrow your signature to one entity. What about the next? And then what if somewhere down the line that entity goes this way or the other way? So I think there was that misunderstanding. That is why the CGE did not know how to participate in some of these forums where there are stakeholders. It was almost like a stakeholder rather than a stakeholder, yet somebody who actually can oversee any of them and come in and intervene as our actors. So it was the lack of understanding of the type of animal that we are. Just one last example on that. We stopped an MOU that we're supposed to enter into it with an entity where we say none of us will issue media statements without the other one authorizing it. And it was people inside who didn't understand what the issue is about that, because this is supposed to be like-minded. And you say, well, what are you saying? You know, so we have moved from those, and now we are on the same playing field where people now understand what it means to be independent, to be separate from, to have your agenda defined by the Constitution rather than by anybody else. You know, so we will be better known, but for the actual work that we're supposed to be doing, rather than being people who attend meetings, people who borrow their signature, people who endorse shadow reports, etc. Yeah, and then in terms of policy and legislation, it is a long list, and I'm actually kicking myself under this table why I did not make that list of legislation that we have actually brought to this parliament or to actually have contributed to. We do not have anything that is ours yet that we have initiated, which we are allowed to. We have not gotten there, but we have on many instances, you know, besides the 3 legislation on domestic violence, there's so many of them where we have actually inputted and made sure that we bring a change to the country. But COIDA is one other that I will hold dear to my heart, because we, through our intervention, have made that law be amended to include a huge sector of our society in South Africa that had been excluded.
No, I'm happy, Chair. I'm very happy. Thank you.
Good. We are going to a stage where we'll be looking at new legislation. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Karen.
Thanks, Chair. Ma'am Hale, you are a part-time and you are intending to come back as a part-time?
No, I had applied to be full-time.
Thank you. Institutional memory, it's important. I started to have a problem. I was just asking myself that question. Commissioner Mahali, I'll narrate a story, then I want you to assist. We have agreed, yes, it's fair enough for you not to be asked questions like other candidates. On you, we expect something different. Commissioner Mali, I just have something that is dear, close to my heart. And I know you are not like, you are Department of Education, but I have to ask you this. It's part of, it's human rights. It's the rights of those children. We've got disabled kids who are seated at home currently because there's lack of schools that can accommodate them into different provinces. For example, a child who is disabled is in Musina, and schools that are within the Member district are they don't have accommodation for that child because it's not within the parameters or out of the boundary of the municipality. Therefore, it means she or he cannot be accommodated. But I want to check with you as a commission which is independent, how best can we assist? When we check in terms of human rights, don't you think those kids have got the right just like a child that we refer as normal, who must not go to a school for more than, or walk to a school for more than 5 kilometers, and the child be given a scholar transport, but that child, because he is disabled, cannot get those rights. Therefore, in my question is that you've just narrated to say you've got a report that you recommended in terms of policy. Have you ever looked at it? Because I believe your commission also must look into people who live with disability. If you have looked into that, what contributions, what recommendations have you made to Parliament into accommodating such kind of a problem? That is question number one. It's issues on disability, the accessibility of those kids to get into a school. You can't seated here, I can say they did not accommodate the child because they were supposed to take the child by force. Yeah. But when the school tells you there's no accommodation and the child is more than 100 to 200 k's away from home, then don't you think those kids have a right to get school? Be it each and every municipality have a disabled school, be it each and every district has more enough schools than those. So that is point number one. But I want you to respond in a recommendation way, or in a proposal of a policy into the country. Secondly, I'll give you issues that I see on a daily basis. Unfortunately, I'm from a border town. Commissioner Mahali, there is a scenario, or then it can, let me rephrase it in this way. We've got international treaties you are aware of. Yeah. You know you've made the recommendation, you sat in those committees, but there's one thing that I've observed, or I've came across that challenge. We've got women that we must protect, irrespective of boundaries, irrespective of the women from Somalia, Zimbabwe, or so on. Currently seated here, a lot of question has been asked by gender-based violence. And are we not having the responsibility to protect women who came to South Africa illegally? I'm referring to illegal immigrants. It must be clear, not those who came legally, illegal immigrants, meaning they just came in their way. I'm not promoting that. Yes. I must not be quoted out of context. Don't know what made them to come, but the fact remains they are in South Africa illegally. Therefore, when they come across criminal activities or elements that they are abused, there's gender-based violence towards them. And when they go to police station, or when police are called, that person does not have a documentation be it your identity. It means, according to what I heard, I'm not sure, they can't open a case because that person can't produce identification. Then when you discuss in your reports, have you ever thought of this or have you ever came across it? If there's one a treaty that you have ever spoken about, because I believe international treaties, it's incorporate everybody, a member state that we are in relation with. Have you ever discussed it to protect women across the boundary, whether they are in Zimbabwe, Botswana, South Africa? What recommendations can you give? And as you know, a sitting commissioner, I believe you also have a more understanding than those who are not in. What will be your point of departure into addressing such? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable. Can I start with your second question? Your first one is difficult, but the second one is one of our highlights in the Free State. In the Free State, one of the things that we experienced or we heard when we were working with Mafumahadi, the wives of the chiefs, was that they say exactly that. They have got women coming from Lesotho who have been in the Free State for many years now, have children, and their children, number one, cannot be registered because they were not born there. Or if they go to the clinic and say, I'm originally from Lesotho, they are not registered whereas they're supposed to. Or thirdly, they go right up to matric and don't know what to do because they do not have paperwork for their children. And we, at that workshop, we then took it as one of the things that we need to follow up, where we will work with Home Affairs to ensure that they are properly advised, they are registered, and therefore all the documentation that they're supposed to get, they do get. According to the Refugees Act, what is happening there and in so many other areas is actually not supposed to be happening. South Africa, as you said, is a signatory of some of these international instruments, and we have undertaken that we will abide by those. But I think it also calls for public education that must be done by NGOs. And maybe that is where we need to go and find those NGOs that we undeservedly sometimes call like-minded NGOs to actually say, go into public education on the following when you are dealing with domestic violence. Because domestic violence, nobody's supposed to be asking you for an ID. If you know it, it's fine. If you don't, it's equally fine. But there is a fine area that a lot of people do not know, in the sense that you can report a matter and you can open a case. When I was working at Power many years ago, one of the things that we used to do was to encourage women to report so that you develop a track and a pattern of abuse that you have been experiencing. Should something happen to you, it mustn't be like it's a once-off. The family is actually supposed to be saying, for the past 5 years, this person has been coming here to report. But the police officers refuse to help women when they say, I'm not ready to lay a charge, I am reporting. They know about that difference, but they refuse that women use it. And this is where partnerships have got to come in, even for CGE, to actually up its tempo by educating women about those small nuances. It should not be happening. The country can get into trouble at international level, but internally, we're actually supposed to be following up. And I wish to undertake it here, that this will be one of my projects, should I come back, to actually follow up Home Affairs, because I do know about that problem already. In Stegspray, there are a lot of people jumping from Uti to come this side. There are also Zastron and all of those. They are also not being registered. Joburg, the certain areas that it's non-nationals. Alexandra has become one of the other points where people go there for maternity help, etc. What happens to those children? Why are they being helped now? And if the parents decide to stay, who registers them? How do we ensure their safety? Every child is entitled to identity according to the Home Affairs Identity Act, which they have taken verbatim from one of our international conventions, and we've got to follow that up.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner Mokhale. You know, I saw a poster of one of your commissioners, Commissioner Botha. Commissioner Botha, in my understanding, is suspended, but I saw a poster from Kasi Men's Network, which says special guest, Mr. Mbuyiselo Botha, Commission for Gender Equality, tomorrow, the 24th September 2022, venue Hotleng Resort Rooival, Pretoria, 2022. How do you handle a situation whereby one of your colleagues, in a sense of a commissioner, this colleague of yours is suspended by your institution, but this commissioner is attending some activities out there with the cap of being a commissioner for gender equality when this person is under suspension?
Chair, I was not aware of that, but I would actually say the lawyer in me speaking, that is an easy one in the sense that it is misrepresentation. But it must not end there. It must be misrepresentation that is brought to the attention of this House by the CGE after having recorded it properly, asked Commissioner Botha about why he is misrepresenting himself as Commissioner for Gender Equality and therefore bypassing processes, because those events we attend after allocation by the Office of the Chairperson. If that is not allocated by the Office of the Chairperson, then it actually has actually not followed processes. But we need insight based on our handbook, because it's fraudulent, it's misrepresentation, it's bringing the organization into disrepute because we do not have control over what he is going to say, to actually take it up, add it to all the reported issues that we have added it here, and then forward to yourselves after we have heard his side of the story, because Audi Altram is also important. But it needs leadership and decisiveness. And I am going to see to it, because I still am a member of the CGE, that after this I follow it up.
Yeah, I think when you're coming to the portfolio committee, when are they coming to portfolio committee, by the way? CGE, Nelly? October. So when you're coming to the portfolio committee, Commissioner Mokhale, you must come with a report on what is it that you have done regarding this.
Okay.
And also the very same organization, I don't know whose organization is it. It says Gasi Men's Network. I don't know who must be accountable for this. Whether Commissioner Botha but we need a report, a full report as the portfolio committee, okay. Because we can't have commissioners who do as they please, yes. Even when they are suspended. Yes. That means this commissioner does not uphold the Constitution and the Code of Conduct of Commissioners in CGE.
Yes.
Honorable Sheriff?
Thank you, Chair. I think we must ask the chairperson of the CGE to explain to the committee how this had happened, Chair. So I think you're right. It must come to our next portfolio committee with understanding of how allocations, as you said, Commissioner Mohale, had happened for somebody who is suspended to represent the organization, Chair. So I think you're correct. It must come to our next portfolio committee, and the chairperson or the deputy chairperson of the CGE must come and explain to the portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Nelly, so the staff members, Kashifa, please write a letter to the chairperson.
Yeah. While I'm fine with your responses, but I want to, when you go back, you are a commissioner
maybe
disability. Just think about it. It's fine.
Okay.
You might not
Maybe
respond,
you know what
but
the best way of dealing with this matter, because now Commissioner Mohale is in an interview, and I was asking her a question regarding this, on whether commissioners do continue with their job, the responsibilities, even if they are suspended. And she responded to us, but I'm sure we cannot make her accountable now, because now she came for an interview, so that at least we reconnect to ourselves properly and concentrate on the interview. And what we'll do then, we'll do this after the interview, not now. Yeah,
I was referring to my question.
I'm talking about Commissioner in regard.
Okay, I thought you were done, but I was just saying, because she's still a commissioner, she must consider and assist in compiling or with the review of a policy in terms of my first question.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Carol. I don't want us to cause confusion regarding this matter. That's why I'm correcting myself as the chair. Yeah, well, and so, because if the chair is misdirecting the meeting, everybody will. So I was just correcting myself that we'll deal with this matter after, but at least in terms of discipline and the code of conduct of commissioners, I think Commissioner Mohale have responded. Okay, over to you, Ma'am Tlangwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Commissioner Mohale, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Have you said all what you said, and we know you, and we know even your experience, but what I did not know is that why you think that you are the most suitable candidate for this post. Secondly, why do you believe that you have the leadership skills? And why do you have that leadership skills in your organization and in your doing things? Tabulate and convince this panel that when you are doing things, you are using your leadership style and skills successfully. Tell us 1, 2, 3. I've done this 1, 2, 3 using my leadership style and as well as my skills. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for the question, very much, Honorable Tlangwa. Why I think I'm suitable is because the current 5 years, it was almost as if I was sent to be at the CGE. I'll tell you why I say so. I'm one of those activists who at some point were very young when we were mooting out the concept of the Gender Commission. And based on that, I think I had that institutional memory that helped during the turbulent times that you guys know, when part-time commissioners were actually being treated almost like we don't understand this concept, we do not know why. I had to bring in that institutional memory to explain to people how you ended up with part-time commissioners. What was the thinking behind of the National Assembly to actually say we need to have both full-time and part-time, because the issue was to attract people who cannot leave their work, but who C9s, whose skills C9s may need. And that brought a lot of stability into it, because it was almost like it was supposed to be this group of people that we don't understand, we don't know why they're here. So that helped, because over the years it has been a misunderstanding, but never at any point was it as tense as it was during this time of my tenure. That is why I feel, I was there at the right time to give that leadership. But moving forward, I think all the changes that we have brought during this time when I was there, we will be able to concretize. Performance contracts at the CGE now have got to start being performance contracts. We've got to be restless about the fact that we have got provincial offices, whereas in those offices, each of the offices have got 3-4 people. It is totally unacceptable. We need to what you call it. In the CGE, I brought leadership in the sense that I was able to go, obviously me and my team, where other people had not been able to go. We had people inside the CGE who were working in other organizations full time, and they were untouchable. And we went there, and they're out of the organization. We had a situation where we clarified that contracts are going to be respected and honored. So your contract comes to an end, it has come to an end. If you want to come back, apply and convince us, just like I'm doing now, why we should keep you, which was a dead culture inside the organization, where it was almost like people knew, no, come my term time, maybe I'll sign again or something like that. Now we've brought back the culture of accounting to people. We have now at the CGE, like I say, questioned a lot of things too, like I was pointing out, the issue of like-minded, etc. But we have also now started a situation where saying we're not going to do research for the sake of research. As a committee, we came and we presented so many reports, some as back as 2010. That had just been lying there, because we had a research department that was churning the reports, good quality research, but it was almost like, this is what we should be doing. Let's keep on doing it. Let's look at this. Let's look. All of those areas relevant, but we have gone back to look at why are we doing that now? Why do we do that? We are repurposing and realigning altogether what used to be the parliamentary liaison officer, where we are saying you're not going to be sitting in, the person is not going to be sitting in different committees attending meetings. That person has got to have a program where they advise us. These are the key 4 areas that we should focus on and influence through monitoring existing legislation, proposing amendments and coming up with new legislation, and or ensuring that whatever is happening in those departments is actually drawn out as best practice that we replicate in other departments. So there's a lot that still needs to be done, and the ground has already been set. We have also now insisted on certain skills packages within portfolios. One of the things that when I got to the CGE, I found was when they were saying to employ a legal person, you had to be somebody who had legislation experience and a right of appearance in court. We are saying that is not good enough because we want people who understand constitutional law. We want people who understand the rights jurisprudence. We want people who are activists in their minds as well, not people who are in awe of others and therefore are just following up, and we want leaders. So those are some of the things that have come that I have brought into the CGE that I actually feel if I were to be given another opportunity, I will take them to another level and we'll have a different CGE.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I take it's my turn to ask the Commissioner questions. Good afternoon once more.
Afternoon.
Commissioner Ntabiseng Sipanya Mokhale.
Afternoon, Honorable.
Commissioner, the question I'm going to ask you, I've been asking most of the, or let me say all the candidates that came before you.
Yes.
But I've been looking into how to structure it because you are an incumbent in the position currently. And then the question, it's to do with the impartiality and independence of the CGA, which I think you know. But can you tell me, for the time that you have been in the CGA, for the years that you have been serving as a commissioner in the CGA, are you able to tell us here as this panel that indeed or not, let me say, are you able to tell us that the CGE was able for those years that you have served, able to perform its function or execute its function in a manner that is independent and impartial? And give us more in terms of why you're saying that. Thank you. That's the first part of the question. The other part is that understanding that the happenings and the roles and everything about CGE, as I've been listening to you talking to or responding to the questions that came before. Can you tell us also of if there has ever been a time as you as Ms. Ntabiseng, Commissioner Mokhale, where you had to challenge authority in CGE in the main at the expense or at the risk of your own interest as a commissioner? Was there ever a time like that where you had to challenge authority and at the risk of your own interest as a commissioner?
Okay. Challenge authority for my own interest.
At the risk, at the risk or at the expense of it, where, let me put easily to say, if things not that you don't agree with, was there ever a time to say, to put your foot down and say, not this way, but this way? Those are the things we want to hear. Has there ever been a time like that? And what was it, if there was any? And then to add to my question, also the last is to say that now that you are applying or you are the candidate, you have applied to come back to this position. What is it that you think you can do better with the team that you'll be working with? Because I've listened to you, most of the time you are more of a collective person. There's many times that I've heard you saying us with the team. It's still little where I've heard you saying that me or I. So you sound more like a person who works as a collective and believe in teamwork. But what is it that you think you can bring and do better as a commissioner coming back? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The CGE, I think, in terms of issues, it is required and expected to be impartial and independent. However, sometimes when you implement, people do not understand how that translates to implementation. For example, there was a buzzword when we started at the CGE where people were talking about high-profile cases. And again, it's one of those phrases where people don't understand that when you are an organization and in your APP, you say we must look for high-profile cases or investigate high-profile cases or whatever, there's something wrong with it. What if there are no high-profile people who ever have a problem or approach the CGE? What then are you going to be doing? What about the ordinary men and women out there who will want the intervention of the CGE? So at least we've won that battle because it almost becomes the highest bidder once you talk about high profile, because then if I come in and look for intervention from the CGE and then somebody who is on TV every day comes, what about my case? It may easily be dumped just like that. So there was a limited understanding of impartiality and independence around, and you could see it with those high profile to say you don't run an organization because the case is high profile. It must be about the impact when the mandate is relevant, the impact when we intervene, the depth of benefit to a bigger group when we intervene. So we have realigned impartiality. But I must also hasten to say that in an organization like the CGE, sometimes people come as a result of being very frustrated and come to the CGE and not understand that the CGE is still another irrelevant place where they've gone to that they will not get the kind of help that they get. And it still leaves them with frustration, or it's almost like confusion. Why can you not help? Me in this case because I have come to you. So we have tried as much as possible to be independent and impartial, but that does not necessarily mean that it will be understood and received from the other side. I always make a crude example of, say, unfortunately, if a woman gets pickpocketed somewhere, that woman needs to go to the police station rather than come to the CGE. It is only when, as a result of the agenda, that they do not get help that we come in. And it's that fine area that causes confusion. But we are striving at all times to go towards impartiality and independence. We have also, in our last but one strategic planning, interrogated the very issue that I raised about like-minded, to say we are going to have a policy on what we mean by that, rather than for people just to be choosy. Then the issue of what I have challenged, in fact, Honorable at this side raised something about communication. I think those robust debates were coming from the challenges that we were having internally, where we were challenging certain practices, certain understandings, certain interpretations. But the good thing about it is we've all had those and come out the other side with a good common understanding that is adopted by everyone. So all the challenges that we have raised our hands and said, I disagree with this. It has always been somebody starts it and it catches fire. And at the end of the day, we have educated each other about things. The 17%
Thank you very
is
much.
one such.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mokhale, for consistency purposes, when we're dealing with public participation comments, there was one organization that raised an issue regarding your name. And we know, those of us who were there previously, you responded to us. But honorable members don't know. And I think that it is proper for you to explain yourself regarding that matter of, I think it was regarding it's West Rand, what do you call it?
Randfontein, I think.
Yeah, I think it's that one. Yeah, that one of Randfontein municipality. Can you explain yourself regarding that case?
Okay. Chair, I know in the newspaper they're even saying Western municipality, they were wrong. I was in the Randfontein local municipality during the period of 2009 to 2012 until the next government elections came. At that time, the budget of the municipality was around 960 million, just under a billion rand. And one of the items that we had to buy there was a fleet for the municipality, which included your traffic cop cars, your cars to fetch rubble. It was a whole big thing. And we had, when I got there, I started on the 3rd of August, 2009. When I got there, the tender was on the table for me to sign. And the one that I was expected to sign was actually going to cost 218 million. And as the accounting officer of the municipality who had been employed, but unfortunately, I found that waiting for me at the table and the previous person had refused to sign. And as it was coming, I then went and checked the MFMA, Municipal Finance Management Act, and I found that I could do my feasibility to find out what the cost would be. I did a feasibility through all the big four banks. At that time, it was West Bank, FNB, Standard, Nedbank. And I got quotations from them. The highest was one of those banks at, I think, 95 or so. And the lowest was 65 for all of those. I then used my discretion to go that route and got permission from Treasury and everything to go that route. But it was unfortunate that it was, not taken kindly, especially by some of the political players at the time. And because of that, there was a lot of anger and directed at me. I was suspended. I took them to court. They withdrew their case inside court. And the judge even said, if you say there was no misunderstanding, why did you come here in the first place? I finished my contract. Sorry, very sad. I finished my contract at Randfontein, and I am proud that I saved the municipality over 100 million rands for one item. As I said, Chair, like I said in the last meeting, given another chance, I will do it exactly in the same way. Because I was not just a municipal manager there. I am from that community. And I knew that with all the challenges that that community has, I'm not going to be one of those who adds to those challenges. I was seeing it as me doing the right thing from my community. I will do it again.
Thank you very much. I nearly forgot to ask you about, to share with you the public comments regarding in your name. That's why I'm raising it now, so that when you go out, people must not say we didn't raise those comments because we are hiding something. We are not hiding anything. It's because even in the previous interviews in the last time when you were appointed, this thing was raised by honorable members and you responded. So it's important again to raise it with you so that you can explain yourself. Like every other candidate who came in, where they said there's a red flag, we raise it so that you are given an opportunity to explain to the panel. But thank you very much. We took long with you because you are an incumbent. So there was no way that we'll treat you like the other candidates. You've been there. CGE has been in the social media, in the newspapers for wrong reasons. And that's why it was important for us to ask you several questions more than any other candidate. So that's why I had to say this right here so that our viewers must know and understand that we're not doing you a favor by asking you many questions or giving you more time. No, it is precisely because you are currently a commissioner. That's why we had to do that with you. But thank you very much. We wish you good luck. I don't know whether you still want her to ask us something or whatever, but well, you are enough.
Yeah, they say I must go.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Fly safe. Oh, Bonnie.
By the time she was to respond to my last question, the time was up. But with the input you made, I think I'm covered with the answer.
Oh, okay.
Of challenging authority. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Bonnie.
Oh,
fly safe,
Thank you.
Commissioner Mukhale.
Thank you, honorable members.
Yeah, to the toilet. Honorable Hlongo is on visual. So this, I'm gonna give her an opportunity to ask 3 questions. So as the next candidate will start with Honorable Hlongo. Honorable Hlongo, you must not open your camera. You can just ask your question.
Okay, Chair.
Okay. What?
Still my chair and virtual Zoom.
What is that?
Yeah, then come on, right? So I'm standing off for the next round. Let's see. Let's see. Why did that start? Yeah, no.
Guys, you don't expect me. No, you're not. What are you doing? I need a candidate. Candidate, please. Eh? Sorry. Yeah, you guys are wasting time.
Yes, and she will not give
The next candidate is Makosha.
Yeah.
Did you call it? What's that thing?
Yes, okay. Started.
With immediate effect. Because I don't know what you guys doing what.
Do you want to know what I was doing? I'll tell you. Yeah. No, it's not.
Oh, okay. Oh, you have to look like this.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Good afternoon again. Miss Makosha Emily Maditsi, you're welcome, ma'am. Relax, feel free. You are in warm hands. So don't feel intimidated by honorable members here. They are doing their job. They are very nice ladies and gentlemen. At least you're going tomorrow, Mos.
Yes, I'm going.
So we can grill you for the whole night. Okay, my name is Nonhlanhla Ncubendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. The lady sitting next to you is Nelisa Nobatana, our committee secretary. Next to me here, I have Kashifa. Kashifa is our content advisor. The two ladies at the back they are our researchers. And there's a gentleman on your far left. He's our sign language interpreter. I'll now hand over to honorable members to introduce themselves. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Ms. Matitsi. My name is Figile Masiko. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and I'm also a member of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Maditsi. My name is Khubona Mang Prudence Marekwa, member of the Portfolio Committee and serving on the panel. Good luck with the interview.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I greet you, Ms. Maditsi, in the afternoon. I hope you are going to be free. My name is Tabile Masondo, member of the panel.
Yeah, Lord. Legay.
Rogana legay.
Rogon. Makosha. Kalina ke Carol Phiri. Ke leloko la committee ya Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. Ka boya gape ka ba leloko la panel ena e tlong boledishana le wena. O amogele.
Sawubona. Ngono ngaku sawubona wami nje ukele ekseni kuze kuyolanda.
Oh.
Uyaphila.
Ngiyaphila ma.
Siyabonga. NginguMagdalena Duduzile Hlengwa. Ngilunga le-committee, le-portfolio committee yaka Women, Youth and Person with Disability. Ngibuye ngibe yilunga lenhlolo khono le interview.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. My name is Leon PT and I'm a member of this committee. All the best.
Thank you.
I'm Nazli Sharif, member of the committee.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
How are you?
I'm nervous.
Okay. Are you good?
I'm okay.
Okay. My name is Ntokozo Hlonyana. I'm a member of the committee and a part of the panel as well.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Ms. Makosha. You're supposed to be having 45 minutes with us. I'm sure you are intimidated because the other candidate was here for such a long time. But one of the reasons is that she's an incumbent. She's a commissioner currently. Their term of office is ending next month, end of October. So we tried to do our level best in her interview. So you must tell us about yourself. Who are you? Why have you applied for this position? Feel free where you want to express yourself in your mother tongue. You are free to do that. I don't know whether you're coming from Limpopo or Gauteng. So you'll also clarify that when you are introducing yourself. Over to you.
Thank you, honorable member. My name is Makosha Emily Maditi. I was born in a village called Chiving outside Polokwane, and I grew up in Phalaborwa. That's where I'm staying at the moment. It's a town next to the Kruger National Park, in the heartbeat of Limpopo. I'm a wife, have 4 kids, and I'm a firstborn to my parents. I guess that's why they taught me the independency, the dependency that I have at the moment, and the courage that I have, I got from my parents. I'm currently a student. I'm studying honors in public admin. I'm a board member at LGB called Limpopo Gambling Board. I'm also an owner of a company where we employ mostly women in our company. And I run also a forum called the Phalaborwa Young Women, where we help victims by supporting them, especially when they have to go to court, because we help them by standing outside court, making sure that they get the support they want. If they need counseling, we encourage them to also get counseling by mobilizing people to come and stand outside the court so that the perpetrator cannot get bail. Usually that's what the job that we do. And we do have a calendar of, especially because courts, they get reminded every month. So we do have a calendar that we make sure that we're at this court at this time. What do we need? So we can stand outside and give support to the victim and the family victim. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Makosha, Ms. Makosha. Honorable Songo, we'll start with you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Ngiyavakala, Chair.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings, Miss Maditsi.
Yes.
Miss Maditsi, if you were to be appointed as a commissioner of CGE, how would you advise government departments and entities and the private sector to mainstream gender in order to achieve gender equality? And then secondly, what is your understanding of gender discrimination and how would you deal with complaints of homophobia or intolerance towards non-conforming binary sexes? Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Songo.
Thank you, Honorable. If I'm appointed as a commissioner, we'll make sure that the government departments and private sectors have policies that champion the gender equality. I will then bring awareness and educate the people around departments so they can have gender equality policies and make sure that they're bound by them. And so we can also monitor them and educate them about that. So in terms of phobia, we need to be tolerant and respectful of people and how they want to live their lives. So the best thing that we can do is to educate the community by letting them know that people are allowed to live however they want to live without being judged or feel like threatened if they're living in the community. And I think the best way is to communicate, is to educate the public by social media, radio, television, and also if you can trickle down by going to our local municipalities, because already there is an office called the Women, Children, Youth, and People with Disability. If you can make sure that the CGE is also featured there, they can educate the public, especially local municipalities, because I think that's where we should go, where they say we need to give people service and also let them know about gender equality. And I think as a commissioner, you need to promote and champion issues of gender equality. And also, if I'm appointed as a commissioner, I'll be taking the vision of the commission and turning it into an action by especially if we work with the local municipality, because I think people down at the local communities, they're not aware of gender equality because it's only being said in private sectors and also in government. If we actually can have an education or an awareness about gender equality, people will then know how to behave and also to respect people. Thank you.
I understand and I hear you that you are saying you will have to educate people about gender equality in local municipalities. But you said through media or social media. But what I'm thinking is, how are you going to educate people in the villages and in the rural areas where there's no connectivity and they don't even have those smartphones and they are not even familiar of how to, what is social media, what is, those media things, they are not familiar with that. You know, the way they are socialized, it's different from a person who's coming from semi-urban and urban areas. So how are you going to accommodate those ones?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the only way of having awareness in rural areas is by advertising and on local taxis, because everybody takes a taxi to go from point A to point B. We have buses. If we make sure that our logos are there, our visions are there, people read. And we have trucks going up and down, if living from point A to point B, passing the villages. That's where we can actually make sure that we brand our trucks, we brand our taxis, we brand our buses like other companies do when they want to promote their brand. I think we must see CGE as a brand and advertise it and let it be on our face so it can spark conversation within the community.
In your own understanding or knowledge, you're talking about people read. And what do you think about people who can't even read? How are you going to accommodate them in the villages, rural areas, where a person has never went to school, where a person can't even read and write?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think we can use pamphlets, like how the clinics, local clinics do it when they want to show, especially when you have to have a immunization with a baby. They show you 1 month the baby has to go to immunization and they show pictures. I think that's what we can do with pictures. Have pamphlets, even local spaza shops and shops. That's what we can actually brand the CGE and make it to be in our face. If we can have pamphlets delivered each and every house, if we can have pamphlets in our spaza shops, and clinics, police stations, or even community halls, I think that can spark, and also people can start being aware of CGE. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Ms. Matitsi, we need to get your understanding on the functions in terms of the powers and the mandates of the Commission on Gender Equality in terms of the Constitution of South Africa. As you know, that it is a Chapter 9 institution, which is established with a view to strengthen constitutional democracy. What is your understanding of CGE's mandates, powers, and functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling environment? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Commission promotes respect, protect, and develop gender equality. It has powers to regulate national legislative. It has powers to educate, monitor, and investigate, lobby, and report on issues of gender. And the Commission also promotes, protect, and give research and give reports on issues of gender equality. This is done by public education. It's done by legislative litigation. It's done by public education litigation, and also I think lobbying. Yes. So how do I? Yes, we know that CGE is a Chapter 9 institution. but it's as if it doesn't have the same powers as the Office of the Public Protector and the Human Rights Commission because of its funding. I believe that its funding is not as healthy as the Office of the Public Protector. So this also makes it not easy for the Commission to educate or to reach down to the people and also carry out their mandates of monitoring any government or private institution. Yeah, I think I've covered all your 3 questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you so much for the questions that you have been answering. Please be as comfortable as possible. You have done incredibly well to be here.
Yeah, for some penny lunch.
Definitely. So I think the question that I really wanted to ask you, I think throughout these interviews, we've really heard interesting perspectives and ideas of what exactly the CGE should be doing and how they should be collaborating with different spheres across South Africa and different sectors across South Africa. But one of the questions that I really wanted to find out from you is, firstly, what do you think the relationship that the CGE should have with the public broadcaster? Do you think there should be a relationship? And if they should, what type of relationship do you think it requires to have? One of the other things, second question, which is quite similar to the first, is, I think we can all agree that a lot of the work around gender-based violence in this country is really being done in the front lines by civil society through NGOs, NPOs, and a variety of organizations who are really inside communities and are dealing with these issues day to day. And so do you think that, what type of relationship do you think CGE should be forming with these NGOs? And how would you really reimagine that relationship going forward into the term, should you be appointed as a commissioner? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. I think the commission should have a relationship with the public protector, but also not lose, broadcaster, the public broadcaster, but it should not lose its independency. It should not be biased, it should not favor, but it should be like a Chapter 9 institution. So because the public broadcaster, it's a national broadcaster, it has to work with government to make sure that it reaches a whole lot of people in rural areas, even though some they don't have television. But I think through radio, they can reach a lot. And I think it's very prudent that this CGE work with the public broadcaster. And in terms of what kind of relationship should it have, if should have with the NGOs, I think it should be, it must make sure that NGOs mirrors what they want by also monitoring all NGOs if they're performing their duties in advocating for gender equality. If they must have mirror reports, because every time they release a report, they must make sure that the NGOs follow up and live up to the expectations of all NGOs. There should definitely be a collaboration with NGOs, but I think they must not favor a certain NGO over another NGO. It must say its vision and make sure that all NGOs follow up with their vision, and what they can do is monitor and evaluate their policies. Thank you.
Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon. One of the main functions of the CGE is investigations and writing reports with recommendations attached to those reports. Oftentimes, these recommendations are just archived and left on somebody's desk. What will you do as a commissioner if you write a report with recommendations, say, to a government department? How will you hold that government department accountable? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As a commission, I know I will make sure that the departments follow on those reports that we give them. And I will emphasize that in their websites that should actually have to publish a report that they've given to them by having transparency on issues of gender equality. For instance, they must tell us if how many, they must have a 50-50 representative of a woman in key positions, and let that information be public knowledge. And if it's not public knowledge, then they should not get they should get audit findings. They should make it have an audit finding if a department does not follow through on their policies. And the best thing is to monitor, and we must investigate them. We must evaluate and check if what the policies that we have, does it mirror what the institution is talking about. So I think on how will I investigate, I will make sure that it gets monitored and make it public that we do monitor, and we certified the report and made sure that the department actually did deliver on their mandate.
Thank you very much. In your understanding, the 50-50 gender parity policy, is it government policy or what?
It's government policy.
Honorable Sheriff? Okay. Honorable Sengwa?
Thank you, Chairperson. Once again, good morning, Matitsi. If you have said all of it, what you have said to us, and your understanding, your vision, you talk about the vision and pamphlets, everything you have talked about investigation and monitor. But one would now wants to know that why do you think you are the most suitable candidate for this post? 2, do you believe that you have leadership skills? If so, convince this panel with you provide us with an example of when you successfully exercise this leadership style or leadership skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I know I have leadership skills because I run a forum where we have a mentor-mentee relationship with the young women that we work with. Where we stay, our town, it's a mine town. So we tend to have a lot of entrepreneurship coming in. And what we have done is to make sure that we talk to the entrepreneurship around our community by making sure that they get to mentor these young women in our community. by that, it gives them confidence because majority of them they went to school, but there's no employment. Some they didn't go to school, they are dropouts. But when you give them confidence in making sure that they can be the tomorrow's leaders, that I think shows leadership. And this, the good thing about a mentor-mentee relationship is they can also teach other people to do the same thing by mentoring them, monitoring them, and mentoring them. So I think this is one of the leadership skills that I think I can think of my head. And if I'm the best suitable candidate to become a commissioner, oh yes, I think I am. I think I exude confidence. I think when I speak on issues of gender equality, and I think a commissioner should be a person that when you look with, you get inspired by making sure that the vision of the company, it gets made into action. So I think that I'll make a suitable commissioner.
Thank you very much. Honorable Boni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon once more, Member Ditsi. My question to you this afternoon, tell us, why do you think that the Constitution, as a Chapter 9 institution, the Constitution requires of Chapter 9, my apologies, why do you think that the Constitution requires of Chapter 9 institutions, of which CG is one of them, for them to conduct their function, for the CGE to perform its functions with independently and also impartially, and how also to protect that particular independence? So it's about independence and impartiality. Why is it required of it to perform in that manner? And then also, do you regard yourself as an independent-minded individual, independent-minded and impartial? Tell us why you say so. You are okay with the question? You are covered. Okay, thank you.
I think I'm okay.
You're okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think it's a constitutional, it's in the Constitution that CGE become independent and impartial when it deals with issues of gender equality. It should not favor, it should not, as it deals with so many institutions, private and public institutions. So I think the institution should have its independencies when it carries out its mandate. It should not fear anyone, regardless of their positions, or fear that the commissioner can actually be prejudiced. I think I'm an independent person. I think when I set my goals to do things, anything, I get to do that. And I think I am not biased. I am an independent person, and I will react with impartially on issues. I will research before I can give out a verdict or even enter into a litigations. I think I'm an independent person.
Thank you very much. Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Maditsi, I have just two questions. A key strategic outcome 2 of the Commission as per its strategic plan of 2019 to 2024 is to promote and protect gender equality through public awareness, education, investigation, and litigation. One, do you think that this has been done successfully? What innovative means would you adopt to promote public awareness of and access to the Commission? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I think the institution, the Commission has been successful in dealing with issues of gender equality. I think the best way of carrying on with the success is to bring in like-minded institutions and also to have a mirror report with initiatives such like as the cow. And I think the awareness that we can do is to bring awareness into the institution by working with local municipality at the office of the people with women, children, youth, and people with disabilities, and also working with local TVETs, because there's an office called support staff. So where they deal with such issues, if we can make sure that we educate that office and make sure that they champion the interest of CGE in the institutions, I think that can broaden the awareness and people get to know issues of CGE. And I think where people need to be aware of, we need to get knowledge of CGE is in our communities. So if we work like the way SASA works with the local municipality, I think CGE should do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sonyane. This is your last. Yeah, the last.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings again, Ms. Maditi. I only have 4 questions for you. In your introduction, you have spoken about being a firstborn, 4 kids, you're a student doing honors in public administration, you're a board member, you have your own company, but you did not tell us how many people are in your company. If you would have, then it would have helped us to understand your management experience of managing people. You have also spoken about your forum in Palabora of young women that you are part and parcel of. With that said, can I then please ask you to answer these questions, but also giving us more insight on your life or on what you do as an activist as well, so that we're able to get and understand you better. So do you have any management experience? And if so, can you provide us with the details of this experience, highlighting specific management skills that you possess? Do you have any litigation experience? Do you have any experience regards to legislative or policy review? And if so, can you provide us with the details in this regard? And then the last one, do you have any advocacy experience? And if so, can you provide us with the details on this regard? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Do I have management experience? Yes, I have. I've been working for my company since 2006, and we have full-time employees, 60 full-time employees, with 70% of them are women. And I take a decision to employ majority of women because of the skill the scourge of GBV in our community. And and then I knew that employing a woman, it actually means that the woman can take better care of the family and they will not be vulnerable to issues of GBV. I believe that I'm an activist because of I believe in women issues. I believe in gender equality. I believe in women empowerment. I am for stopping GBV, and actually if we can eradicate GBV will be the better. And what we do is we have a meeting every month with majority of our women, because these women are volunteers. So we have 19 wards in our municipality. So every ward has to bring a minimum of 10 women. So every month we do meet, and we actually have activities where we know it, like play indigenous games to motivate them, so we can also get to know each other. So then we can also speak on issues of women that speak about gender equality. And on issues of litigation, yes, there have been cases where the decision that we've made have been challenged, and then we've then forwarded it to mediation, and there've been some cases where we're then forced to go to CCMA and then go into arbitration, and then but successfully we managed to settle out of court because it tends to be tedious when the up and down going to court. So we end up settling out of court. And on issues of policy reviews, I am board member of LGB. I serve in a committee of HR, and I'm the chairperson of CSI. We actually review our policies every year, and then with the new act, the POPI Act, we had to incorporate it with the HR policy. As you know that COVID has hit, and it made majority of us to hold meetings hybrid. So usually when the CEO will send us folders, we'll make sure that we can only open the CVs of applicant when we're in the meeting to protect the identity of the applicant. By that, and when you open that folder in the meeting, you cannot print, you cannot scan, you can't even copy it to another page. So that was the POPI Act that we had to implement in the HR policy. So yeah, I think we had to review the POPI Act in the HR policy. And on issues of advocacy, we know it's sad when you go to a family and a family is so hopeless and they think that the perpetrator can get away with anything because of the power maybe they have in the community, and also sometimes that the perpetrators is the spouse, the partner of the victim. So what we do is we support the family. If there's been death in the family, we go there the whole week. If it means by praying, by singing, giving the family support, and also encouraging the family to speak to social workers. And then for at least for the trauma, not to, when they know that they have support from the community, it makes them a little bit easier. So on the day of court, we actually advise them to when they go to court, we stand outside, mobilize community members to come and chant outside. And I believe if the magistrates see people outside, even the investigative cops see the community outside chanting and giving the victim support, they tend to not give bail to the perpetrators because of the community is there. And we also do write memorandum by making sure that every community leader every community member signs them, because issues of GBV affects the community, especially when there's death, because then the kids have to be alone, the neighbors have to take care of the children, because then the father is incarcerated. That's how deeply it affects us. So we've taken a stand of supporting families by making sure that we are right there with them, even when they're kids, and we remind each other every month that we need to go and support the families. And I think that's on the issue of advocacy. And I think, I don't know, management experience, activism, litigation, policy review, and advocacy.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maditsi. I think this was your last question.
Okay.
From honorable members. You're done. You're done with the answering, or you still continue?
I feel like I have to talk because others, they took too long. And I feel like I didn't take that long.
And unfortunately, your questions are done.
Okay. Now, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for honoring. I feel honored to come here and talk about the good that we do in the community.
Thank you very much. Maybe when you see others take long, it's because of the questions are not the same. Others, we ask them other questions, and others, So, but it's fine. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation first. Just to share information with you on the public comments on your name, where we received a comment from Outane. They were saying you have 3 companies. You are involved in 3 companies, which may pose a conflict of interest if you are appointed. Can you explain if those companies you have are not related to CGE? You are not doing work with CGE, so that maybe if we talk of conflict of interest, so when you are a commissioner there, then you'll start appointing you'll continue with doing business with CGE, whereas you're a commissioner.
Thank you, Chairperson. I do have 3 companies. One was in 2006 and 2009, and the other one I did was with few community builders. So, but I'm supposed to remove my name on the 3rd one. So these 2 companies, yes, I do run, but we only work with the mine. We do our jobs in the mine because we do bush clearing, which I don't think CGE does bush clearing. And we do wildlife. We work with this wildlife by clearing out the weeds, the trees when they're disturbing people in the mine where they have to work. So I do not have a contract with any with the commission, and that's my bread and butter. I work full time at this company.
No, thank you very much. It's important that we share this information with you, like we have done with other candidates. We wish you good luck. Next week we'll be deliberating on the outcomes of our interviews. And we will then present our report to the National Assembly, where honorable members will vote for the report and adopt it. And after adoption of the report, the Speaker will take our report to the President for the President to make the final appointments, because it's not us who makes the final appointments. It's the President who makes the final appointments. You must enjoy Cape Town because you'll be leaving when, tomorrow or Sunday? Okay.
Tomorrow morning.
Okay. Yes. Fly safe, and we wish you good luck.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was here at 8:30. Yeah, so it was, yeah, thank you very much. So I was very nervous. So all the things that I want to say, I think somehow but then I hope that I managed to express them better. Okay.
It's normal when you're going to an interview.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your evening and Cape Town. Yeah. It's Yolanda Mabusela. Let me go to the bathroom.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, committee members.
My name is Nonhlanhla Ncube-Ndaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. You're welcome. Feel free, relax. If maybe you feel like your BP is going high, you can take a sip of water so that at least you can at least be comfortable. And then if you don't understand the question, we are free to ask honorable members again. My name is Nonhlanhla Ncobendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. The lady next to me is Kashifa. Kashifa is our content advisor. Neliswa Nobatana is our committee secretary. The gentleman at the back is our legal person, Dr. Tembe. The two beautiful ladies at the back are our committee researchers. And the gentleman on your far left and the lady sitting next to him, they are our sign language. What's that? They are our sign language officials. I'll now hand over to honorable members to introduce themselves. I'll start with you, Hlongo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings. I am Stembile Mhlongo, a member of the Portfolio Committee and of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good evening to you, Ms. Mabusela. My name is Fikile Masiko. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, and also a member of the panel. Thank you.
Maraponi, how?
No, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Mabusela. My name is Khobona Prudence Marekwa, member of the Portfolio Committee and serving on this panel. Good luck with your interview.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Mabusela. My name is Tabile Masondo, member of this committee and a member of the panel. Thank you.
Afternoon, Mama Busela. I believe you're fine and comfortable. You must be. My name is Carol Piri. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee and a panelist. All the best.
Good afternoon, Teresa. Le register school again. My name is Magdalena Tutuzile Hlengwa. I'm a member of Portfolio, Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability, and also a member of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you to Honorable Chair, colleagues. Very good evening to you, Mama. Wishing you all the best today. Lioram Piti.
Good afternoon, almost evening. My name is Nazli Sharif, member of the Portfolio Committee.
Good afternoon, Ms. Teresa. I was looking at your hair and I was like, wow, I wish I can do that. But I'm wondering how am I going to put my beret with that hairstyle on? You look beautiful. With that said, my name is Ntokozo Hlonyana. I'm a member of the committee as well as the member of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Hlongo, tell us about your name. Who are you? Honorable candidate. I'm talking to Ms. Mabusela. It's because I wanted to say Honorable Hlongo should start. So I remember now that I didn't say she must make her introduction. Would you please make your introduction? Who are you? Where are you coming from? And why did you apply for this position?
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, members. My name is Teresa Yolanda Mabusela. I'm from the capital city of South Africa, Tshwane, the Northern Corridor of Gauteng. Chairperson Yolanda has been a very active young person since her teenage age. From school, I was involved with the school debates, and I was a member of the SRC in my school. I've also been recruited to an organization called Young Christian Student at a very young age, where we were made to understand that we are living in a very unequal country. So my activism started back in the 1980s, to be precise, in 1984 when I was 14 years old. And Chair, my education background, I'm a nurse who has practiced in the public institution for 12 years, and the 2 years of it, I've done it in the private sector. And while I was in nursing, I've also took courses with UNISA. I've registered for a BTEC in political science that I did and completed. And currently I'm doing developmental studies and honors in developmental studies with UNISA. And in 2011, Chairperson, I raised my hand to be one of the PR councillors in Tshwane, and I was elected. I became a PR councillor. And when in office as a councillor, I was appointed to be the chairperson of the Civilian Oversight Standing Committee of Council. I was a MMC for Health and Social Development in Tshwane. That was in 2011 to 2016. And in 2016, when we were about to go to council, the voters subjected us to the opposition benches. I then became a whip for science for health study group, and I was a deputy chief whip of our caucus, a leader of a women caucus, a wellness ambassador, and religiously, I'm a Christian chair. I'm a member of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in South Africa, a member of the Prayer Women's League in my church. I'm a member of the Church Council. I'm also the chairperson of the South African Council of Churches Women Ministry in Greater Tshwane. Chair Yolanda has been working and is still doing work with various NPOs in Tshwane. I serve my community. I love my community. I do work with NPOs, being drug and substance abuse, NPOs with people with disability, and you are also doing work at schools now with teenagers, making them to understand that how important their bodies are, how to take care of themselves, and to be ready for their space as responsible adults. And we are also doing work at Philadelphia. Philadelphia is a high school in Soshanguve with people living with different disabilities. At Philadelphia, we are taking turns on Mondays. We go there, we coach them, because Philadelphia has been on the news for wrong reasons. At some point, it was named a school of shame, a school that is really out of order. So we go there, we coach our learners so that they understand that being living with disability is not a sin. They can be very responsible adults in the future, and participate in the economy of growing this beautiful country of ours. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Hlongo.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to Ms. Mabusela. One question, Chair, when Ms. Mabusela, when introducing yourself, you mentioned that you are a person of God and a pastor, and you've been leading in that field. I want to know, ma'am, do you think the church community has in South Africa, all churches, all pastors, faith-based community has played a role in fighting gender-based violence in our country, because we often say that fighting gender-based violence does not need government alone, it needs all of us. So please tell us if you are leading that side, if the faith-based community is indeed in with government in fighting gender-based violence. And then secondly, as a commissioner of CGE, how would you advise government departments and entities and the private sector to mainstream gender in order to achieve gender equality? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Flongo. Ms. Mabusela.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Member. Member, I don't think the church has already or has made big inroads when coming to fight gender, but it's a cause that the church is persuading. Remember, even in church, there are still a lot of inequalities. You'll remember that women were not allowed to go to the pulpit, and in some of the churches that still happens. And even if women go to the pulpits, you'll still find that there's this patriarchy inside the church where the male pastors will feel entitled as the one who must give instruction of what needs to happen and how should it be done, and women will be following. But good to say that as a church, we are now making good progress in producing women pastors or women reverends. Though the space is not yet futile for them, but it's a process. It's a process that still needs to be, a lot still needs to be unlocked in the church. So the other thing is that, as you know how the church is, and I'm really grateful that I come from a very a church that even during those days it was identified as a very problematic church. I grew up in that church, the Roman Catholic Church, where Father will go to the pulpit and preach the theology that will seek to liberate the people of South Africa. So there are churches that don't want to talk about the issues, like issues of gender equality. There are churches don't want to talk about issues that are affecting the society. They will feel that those issues doesn't belong to a church. They belong somewhere out there. But as a South African Council of Churches, we have a very, in Greater Tshwane, we have a very stubborn slogan to say, take the pulpit out of the church to the people, meaning that let's go out, educate the people, let the people see the church as part of it. So it's a cause that you are pursuing, and we believe that it will be attained together with other causes that the country is indulging on. And your second question, member, if you may repeat, please.
As a commissioner of CGE, how would you advise government departments and entities and the private sector to mainstream gender in order to achieve gender equality?
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, member. Thank you, member. Thank you, member. I think what is important is that mainstreaming it's what needs to happen. Mainstreaming is what needs to happen, and mainstreaming is about bringing a balance. And bringing a balance doesn't suggest that we exclude others in the interest of others. So we are balancing. And where do we get this? As a commissioner, a person who intend to come in as a commissioner, I think I will be directed by the constitutional obligation that call on this commission to educate, which is very important. You educate from all levels of the society, the stratas of the society, being it in the workplace, being it in the church, being it in the community, being it those women that are selling in the stores, being it, within all the vulnerable groups that you will have in the society. So mainstreaming will be informed by that it will happen if the autocrats or those that are supposed to implement.
Your time is up, but I also want to ask you a question. In your own view, what is your understanding in terms of how should CGE commissioners relate with politicians at all levels?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think how should the commissioners relate to politicians? What is important is that everyone must stick to his or her line, and everyone must understand that I'm here as a politician and I cannot interfere with the function of the Commission of Gender Equality. And the commissioners must also understand their mandates based on the Constitution and the Act of Parliament, the act that gives them the mandates to do work, to say, this is what we are charged of, and our responsibility is based on this act, not to please politicians or to work on what the politicians will be saying, do 1, 2, 3, but sticking to your mandate, understanding your role as a commissioner, making sure that you play within the legality of what governs the mandate of the commission is very much important, Chairperson, so that you serve the people that you are intended to do, monitor the work of the politicians, whether when it's supposed to be done, to execute the policies through their departments, you monitor, you ensure that that is being done, and you don't hesitate to bring or to call them to order, to ensure that they do what is expected of them, because we are all here to serve and not to please each other, but to serve the people, monitor, ensure that those that are politicians in their departments, there's adherence to the act, they adhere to what the act is saying. There's no sexual harassment in the department that they are leading. They are adhering to the Labor Relations Act and all the acts that will seek a harmonious working relationship.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Ms. Mabusela, for your answers so far. The Commission for Gender Equality is a Chapter 9 institution which is established with a view to strengthen constitutional democracy. What is your understanding of CGE's mandate, powers, and functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling environment? And its enabling legislation? That's the first part of the question. The second part of the question is, can you explain the role of a commissioner at the CGE? Thank you.
Thank you, member. It is true. Commission for Gender Equality is one of the Chapter 9 institutions, and in Section 187 of the Constitution, its role are well stipulated, or the mandates are well given to the Commission, that the Commission has a responsibility to promote gender equality, to protect gender equality, and to respect the gender equality. And on 2.2 of it, it speaks of various aspects like to educate, to lobby, to advise, and many other things. But it also speaks of that research must be done so that there's correct information that is being derived from the people so that they can advise correctly. Because it's through data accumulation that you are able to say, okay, I've went out, I've listened to the voices of the people, or I did my research through the literatures that are involved there, and do your work. But also it says on 187.3 that it's being empowered by the Act of Parliament, which is there's a legislation that empowers it to do a lot of other work, and that gives it more powers. So now, then the commission will then come out of this constitutional mandate, come out and say, okay, as a commission, we are being empowered by the Constitution. There's this Act of Parliament that says we can function. Then it had its pillars on how to approach their daily activities, where they'll have a sector that deals with education, because education is very much important. When people are empowered, people are aware of their rights, and it makes life better for all of us, because in a situation where a woman in the rural village doesn't understand that, human rights are also rights that covers her as an individual. I think it's where the education part is supposed to happen, and it's happening, and also making sure that there's education at factory level, whereby even the employers will know about their rights. What is that will infringe my rights as a worker, and all that is very much important. So now that is the education layer of it, and on the research, whether whatever method of research will be applied by the commission, whether being it a qualitative methodology of research, quantitative research, participatory, or a mixed method of research that will be applied. But the bottom part is that there will be a study or a data collection that will be undertaken, so that the commissioners come back with information, and that information will be utilized to make some findings, to say, these are the gaps on 1, 2, 3, and this is what we need to recommend, to say this must be corrected. And while I'm on that, on the part of research, member, because of my love for this commission, and really I'm attached to it, I've went and check. I normally go and check on their website, and I found a research study of 2019-2020, whereby the commission undertaken a research to Vodacom, to Woolworths, to Salga, and to, what was the other one? The Cocta. So the shocking findings were that on this private institution, that's your Vodacom and
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just to be as brief as possible. My question is, just listening to the introduction that was made, I mean, gender issues really cut across and are quite transversal. And so I wonder, what is your view in terms of the LGBTI community? And, would that clash with, the views that you've quite clearly stated you hold in terms of your religious values? And would that impede any work should you be appointed as a commissioner in supporting this particular group and ensuring that their rights and interests are being represented within the commission in regards to the mandate of the CGE? The second point I think is an interesting one in the sense that the CGE is an independent Chapter 9 institution, and so you do have a political history. Do you think that history would impede your work if you are appointed as a commissioner? Thank you.
Thank you, member. On your first question, based on my religious belief, I think I really respect this vulnerable group. It's a vulnerable group because they are human beings and they didn't decide on how they should look like and how they should behave. I mean, the LGBTIQA+ community. They are part of human beings. And as a member, as a Christian, we don't judge. We don't judge. Every human being is created in the image of God. So it's God who knows how he has created individuals, and all of us one day will go back and answer to the Creator. So it's not my space to judge. Even now, our reverends, when they come and say we want to get married, they do what they are expected, because we are not there to judge any person. And this is what we are educating other reverends as well, that it is not our space to judge any vulnerable group, any person. Ours is to provide, pastoral care and all that. That's our space. And the other thing, you are questioning my my activism, whether will it not interfere. I will say no. When I do my introduction, I said I started this journey as a teen of 14 years, liberating my country so that there can be institutions such as the Commission, so that South Africa move forward. We are in a phase where we are healing as a nation. We are in a phase whereby we speak about moral regeneration. We are speaking about everything. So the country must heal so that we move on. So I'm an activist who started back then, and I don't see any confusion with myself, because what is happening in the Gender Commission is what I've emphasized in my teen years, because that time we were told about this beautiful South Africa where all will be equal before the law, where the people integrity will be taken care of and all that. That's what made me to be an activist. So that's what's still making me to love and do it for the community, irrespective of what, and to know my line, that when I'm in this space, this is what I'm expected to do.
Just quickly, just on the first question, I think it's very important to just, I felt like I lost you a little bit there, but what I'm trying to refer to, and I just want to use an example. One of the issues there has been a discussion around advocacy in regards to the CGE was around issues like the fight of gender reassignment surgeries for trans people in CGE. So do you think, for example, if that is ever an issue that comes onto your table as a commissioner of the CGE, would you be able to fight for that issue without feeling that, you know, it is something wrong for you personally? And that's just one issue. So I'm being specific now to say that these are the issues that will come. And you know, you've spoken about moral regeneration, and some people consider moral regeneration as, you know, these, you know, being gay, being lesbian is actually immoral. So you know, I just need to have that clarity to say that you will be an advocate for this community, and being an advocate means fighting for issues like gender reassignment surgery, which might be seen in some places as immoral. So please just give me clarity on that point. Thank you.
Yeah, because they are also vulnerable. So if you take morality, you consider morality as the first thing and forget that there are also vulnerable groups and they are human beings also. So they need to be respected also. So that's what he's asking you.
Member, I've indicated earlier on that this LGBTIQA plus community, it falls within the vulnerable groups. So for it to fall under the vulnerable groups, it's a group of people, vulnerable individuals that have rights. In terms of the Bill of Rights in the Constitution, they have a right to live, they have the right to be respected, their dignity being respected and all that. So as a commissioner, I will sign myself under the Bill of Rights in the Constitution that this is a human being, irrespective of, you know, the religious background that I come from. But I've just indicated that we are educating ourselves that these are people and this needs to be. When their issues come to my table, I'll definitely advocate for what is due for them and what needs to be done for them. Lobbying with, remember, we'll be a team. We'll be working as a team. I'll be also checking with other members of the commission and taking a decision as a collective as to what needs to. But as for me, Yolanda Mabusela, I'll respect their rights. I'll continue to advocate for their rights based on Chapter 2 of the Constitution that says they are human, they have their integrity to be protected as well, and be given the services that is true for every citizen in the country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Carol.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to Mama Busela again. You know, I'll be honest, I love the confidence. Chair, allow me to ask her based on her responses. But yeah, Mama Busela, you know, currently, and I'm happy with the way you responded to say, you even read reports. You go online, and it's not because of now, but it shows always you keep on track with what is happening in the CGE. Based on the information that you get online and following activities that are done by CGE, are you really happy with the way they are operating? And if so, how will you strengthen their activities? One, in terms of reaching out to deep rural areas where there's no TV. Yes, there are still deep rural areas. Some might think this time of like in a democracy where we live in a 4IR generation, you can't talk about there's no broadcasting. you might find it's only radios. What are the activities that you'll bring in terms of strengthening or CGE? It's known everywhere, every corner of the country, and it must give services to the vulnerable as we speak. Secondly, Mama Busela, you in the CGE, one of its role, or it has international treaties. And are you aware of those? What are those treaties? Can you elaborate further? If you can tell us the role of the CGE in terms of compliance with the international treaties. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, member. I'm going to try to the best of my ability. The question was a bit long. Yes, please.
One, in a simple term, what more activities that will strengthen CGE to go down to every corner, every village, every farm, because we still have farms where people are oppressed. What more strengthening of the activities? I know you were once a councillor. You might talk about your ward committee meetings, but there are those who don't come to ward committee meetings due to the furthest area or their demographics. Maybe let's start there, then I'll come with the second one.
Thank you very much for the question. My view is it's simple to say. I don't think currently the commission is doing enough to reach the people. I don't think so. I come from Gauteng, and coming from Gauteng, I come from Tshwane, whereby we never had any engagement with, like I'm saying, I'm on the ground. I work with the community. I work with the churches. I work with traditional healers that we launched during my tenure as MMC. I work with, all the community leaders, various leaders and community members. I've never encountered myself sitting with commission coming to educate the people. So I think there's a gap there. There's a gap there. Not much has been done, and we need to strengthen that area where we educate our people. We come down. I think gender Commission for Gender Equality need to be strengthened. Perhaps they will need more home bodies. I'm not sure what was the problem of them not reaching out. And now, according to the work they do it they're deployed in provinces. But in provinces, you have municipalities, the regions, the municipalities where people are living. So it's not enough to just be deployed in Gauteng as two people. If Gauteng is diverse, if Northwest is diverse, it will be difficult for commissioners to reach every sector of the society, because remember, it should reach the community, it should reach the workplace, it should reach the private sector. It's just a lot of work. And about the international treaties, you are correct, member. There are, as South Africa, we are not living in silos. We live and work with other countries, and there are agreements that the head of states will come to agree on that needs to happen, so that we strengthen or we ensure that we realize gender equality. Like your CEDA convention on the elimination of discrimination against women, your Maputo Protocol, and Belgian Declaration, and a platform of action. So those are some of the things that we really need to take care of, and including the commitments that are being made by the president of the country. So as a commission, we need to follow on them, that the president on such a year has made such commitment. A pointing example that I can give there, in 2020 on visual platform, because if you can remember, that time COVID was really dealing with us heavily. So President made a commitment that there must be 40% of economic development programs for women. So as a commission, we expect that out of the president's commitment, then the ministers with their departments must go down and say, hey, the president have said 1, 2, 3. And as a gender commission, we must go and check that the president made this commitment. Is it happening through the minister and all that? So I think.
Thank you very much. Honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Mabusela, afternoon. A key strategic outcome 2 of the Commission as per its strategic plan of 2019-2024 is to promote and protect gender equality through public awareness, education, investigation, and litigation. Do you think that this has been done successfully? Number 2, what innovative means would you adopt to promote public awareness and of access to the Commission?
Thank you, Member. That was not done as may be expected. And I believe that as a member in that commission, my advice to the commission will be, let's open up or establish other avenues whereby we can be able to reach out to the people. The existing mechanism that are there or institution, like, you know, South Africans, it's a Christian country. Many of the people, they go to church on Sundays. Why can't we have partnership with the South African Council of Churches nationally, so that we go to their member churches, we educate them. Every church on Sunday, they have a slot on announcements. If we can have that opportunity, speak where the people are, go educate, any platform, in schools, talk to the young girls in assembly, talk to the educators, make sure that you reach out on every platform. House of traditional leaders in the rural areas, you have Mahoshi, and you establish, you know, relationship with those so that you are on the ground. You speak, you get an opportunity to educate. Like I've said earlier on, education is a very critical component if you want your people to be empowered on anything. So that it's very key, and I will lobby my other members of the CG Commission for Gender Equality to support me on that one. That let's look where there are gaps. Let's look where we haven't reached out. What can we do to stretch our hands further so that we reach out to all the people? It's very much important.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sonyane.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings again. Well, my questions are quite simple, actually, because and I'm hoping that when you answer them, you'll be able to give us more light on your work on the ground with the people. Do you have any management experience? And if so, can you provide us with the details of this experience, highlighting specific management skills that you possess? And then, do you have any advocacy experience, litigation experience, and experience with regards to legislation or policy reviews? And if so, can you please provide us with the details? Thank you.
Thank you very much, member. I think, ma'am, I do have experience when coming to monitoring. Like I've indicated earlier on that I was a MMC for health and social development. So if you are a member of the mayoral committee, then the department that you are leading is charged with some responsibility. In health and social development, we were to ensure that we deliver on national health insurance, and Tshwane was one of the pilot sites that was eyed by the minister to say Tshwane in Gauteng. Tshwane was one of the 11 pilot sites that we had in the country, and we were to establish systems whereby national health insurance, when we can level the ground for national health insurance. So now we did that, and we were working through the national legislation, and we have our internal systems in place to say for the head of department, which during our tenure, we used to call them the SED, Senior Executive Director of the department, on his KPA, the key performance areas, then you have to be constantly as a political head in the department to monitor that are we on track. And part of the thing that we were to do was to ensure that we build the prototype clinics, which we did in Tshwane and all that. So now on monitoring, I think I possess the skill I've managed, and the Department of Health and Social Development in Tshwane was one of the best performing departments in that municipality on anything. So the mayor didn't have a headache with us. And that's the monitoring. Advocacy, it's what we do on a daily basis. Like I'm saying, I work with the community. I take their issues. I go and advocate for them at the higher organs where it matters. I'll go and raise their views and go back to report to them what are the outcomes of whatever. So it's working marvelous. It's really working very well to say you find a poor person who has been sidelined on everything, and he doesn't have a way of going forward or raising the issue. So when people who are doing advocacy are there, I think it really plays well to be the voice of the voiceless. So that's where advocacy is coming. And on litigation, I will lie. I'm not good. I've never been part of the litigation process. Please pardon me, member. And the legislation, yes, I follow on the legislations, and I even follow to just to check as to whether legislations are not inconsistent with the Constitution, because remember the Constitution is a supreme law of the country. So any law that comes, any legislation, any policy direction have to respond to the constitutional obligation. So when coming to legislations, yes, legislations is what make our country to move forward, and I do follow on them. And I want to tell you, I was very hard on because at local government you speaks about the policies. It's then at national, and that's when you talk about the legislation, and through the legislation you develop a policy direction, and that's how you perform and make sure that you are on track with service delivery and serving the people.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hlengwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mama Teresa. Ukholo lwami lo luyangithinta nje. I have one question for you. You have ventilating everything about you and your knowledge. And we even touched by the local government where we stay. Everything you have touched it. But let me repeat this. Do you believe that you have leadership skills? If so, please convince this panel and provide us with an example of when you successfully exercise this leadership style with skills. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Member, I think I really do have the leadership skill required to be a member of this commission. I really possess that. And I'm a team player. I can work well with the team to achieve the mandate given. I really love results and positive results. And I always work hard to attain such. And I'm a person with a very good listening skill. I listen to whatever advice that comes before me. I listen to every voice that comes to my attention, being it from the young people, being it from people with disability, bring it from women, including being from men. Because equality is about mainstreaming and bringing the balance, not subjecting others to the dustbin. So I really listen. I'm a very empathetic person. Like my name, Teresa. I'm really empathetic, and I really want to save the people from squalor, from the conditions that are not habitable. I really go in and try to provide a light. I'm a torchbearer to the people. I really give hope to the people, to the hopelessness. So with all this, and I respect all, no matter, and I'm not an emotional person. I might be provoked as many times as it may happen, but I will not respond to something that will really belittle the integrity that I have and I possess. So I'm 52 years old now, and I'm marching towards aging in many some times to come. So, and I did good for my neighbors, my colleagues while I was in nursing. I don't start fights that are unnecessary, because where there's commotion, there's delay of progress. So I really love harmony, so that we can focus on the mandate before us.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheriff. You're the last one.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good evening. I'm going to challenge you a little bit. My first question is, it goes without saying, and Honorable Mpiti did mention it, but I maybe want to give you an opportunity for clarity because I don't think you completely answered the question. All of us sitting around the table are considered politicians. We have chosen politics as the vehicle to bring about change in our society and use our activism politically. You've mentioned countless times your work as a politician, which is aligned to a political party. The CGE has to be independent because commissioners work with every single type of person. They work with politicians from different political parties. They work membership from different political parties. So being a commissioner, you have to be independent and impartial. So I just wanted to find out from you, how do you foresee yourself separating your political ideologies with the work at a Chapter 9 institution? That's my first question. My second question is based on gender-based violence and femicide. As your role as MMC for social development, you had a very big role to play in the city of Tshwane when it comes to, example, shelters, clinics, and frontline responsiveness to gender-based violence and femicide. Can you tell us some of the challenges you faced in terms of combating GBVF and some of the successes? Thank you, Chair.
Maybe still on that question of understanding politicians vis-a-vis commissioners. I think, but let me leave her, because when she said, stay in your line, I will stay in my line. And I wanted to ask her about where is she going to, how is she going to account? Yes. You know, when she's supposed to be accountable to who as a commissioner? Maybe if she can start there and then answer your question, because that will lead to your question too. You are talking about how is she going to ensure that she's independent and not following her political ideology or policies as a commissioner. So maybe let her start with that one first.
Thank you, Chairperson and member. Chairperson, I've indicated that Commission for Gender Equality is legislated, and you have an Act of Parliament, the acts that indicate as to what needs to be happen, how and where and by who, meaning that by the commissioners. So now in that space is really well defined and regulated. So now, as a responsible person who is looking forward to be a commissioner in servicing the community, the vulnerable groups, I have to ensure that I do my work with diligence. I follow the act to the letter, and without being manipulated to do anything that is out of the practice or out of the scope, because there's a scope that I have to work on, and at any given point refuse to allow politics to come to to this important noble cause of serving the people of South Africa. It's a noble cause. It's a cause that have to change the lives of the people. So any person who is understanding that we are in the process of building the country to the better must align or define herself. And if you want to be in the official or doing a functional work, you must really ensure that your conscience must always kick in to say, here, there's a mandate, there are protocols, there are policies that one have to follow in ensuring that we do work. And on conducting programs of GBV in Tshwane, where I was an MMC, we had a lot of programs, and we have with women that are vulnerable. We also are doing a referral program to the NPOs that are taking care of them and ensuring that they are being taken care of them and all that. And we are doing work together with the police, because this is an area whereby everybody must do her part. When the police are having a victim, as an MMC or as a responsible citizen, will ensure that that particular a victim at that particular point is protected. It's whenever they went, because where I stay in Soshanguve, we have one 24-hour CHC. And the sad part is that the service that is being done about GBV, they close at 16 hours. So when it's night, then there's no service. So a victim will come with a box being exposed with the police. So everybody in the casualty will look and say, oh, that's stigma. And ours was to ensure that, and this is what I've been advocating for, and this is a struggle I'm still carrying, that we want another 24-hour facility clinic. And this section, whereby they deal with issues of gender-based violence, can't be closed at 16 hours, because such issues that such happenings, they occur during the night. So at night, our people are exposed. So now this is what we have been advocating. We're doing as a department, as activists, and under the LGBT. Yes, in Tshwane during my tenure, we even opened a special clinic for them in Hartfield. When MEC Katani was a MEC for health. And we did that. There's a clinic for them so that we also protect them. But we are also educating our nurses, everyone, that these people, remember when these issues start to crop in, it was uncertain where to admit such a patient, because he will present as a male, and he will refuse and say, no, I'm not going to sleep in the ward whereby there are male patients. I want to sleep in such a ward. So we come from far, and it's a process of still educating everybody. And we believe that with due time, through education and awareness, people will understand what needs to happen.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of your interview. Is there anything that you want to ask? Or before, on public comments, we received comments from Outer saying you are involved in how many companies? 5 or what?
71 companies, 71 comments altogether.
71 comments, but those ones, they are not bad. They are fine, but the ones that has red flags is the one that is coming from outer. They are saying you're involved in, is it 5 or it's that 5 is meant for Ribanyeni Sosha 5 victim empowerment. So they are saying in some of the companies, maybe you'll have conflict of interest. Can you explain yourself regarding that? The other things that they are saying in terms of you were in the list of local government for Tswane in 2019 and 2021. Tswane Metro list for the local government elections in 2021. And Gauteng, the national elections for 2019. That one it's just information. The one that is you'll have to explain yourself is the one for the one that they say that can pose in conflict of interest. The one of the list, that one, I don't understand. How does it impact? But it's fine. It's information.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson. I know of this Rebafeni, and Chair, said to say we said to say that I and the other partner, and this one is being employed by the Gauteng department in economic development. We then came to know about this registration when the other one, the other partner they were, checking on her background. And I then said, but how did it happen that this company is registered and we are not aware? But I know the engagement that we were intending to be part of the board members, where we register and victim empowerment in Soshanguve. That has never happened. It has never been active. And we then became aware when this other friend, and we then started to try to get assistance on how we can come out, from that. And I think that's where the delay has happened. But now she managed to get assistance of coming out. But safe to say, this has never kicked in according to our information. And the lady that we suspect, that is the one that has went to register this company. We are unable to get hold of her. She was not responding to the calls. So that's the situation.
No, what we wanted to get from you, whether it's doing business, you are actively
involved. No, it's not. No.
Doing business with government. If
no,
not,
Chair.
No, it's fine. We've come to the end of your questions. You will hear from us when we're presenting our report in the House. And then, the president is the one who has a final say in the appointment of commissioners. But we wish you good luck. Fly safe tomorrow, because you're flying tomorrow, I'm sure, or Sunday. But good luck, and thank you for accepting our invitation for these interviews. Thank you very much. Please, Bizaleni candidate.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members.
When I have bakhulumi now. Hamba is candidate. You're welcome, Advocate Tando. You know, honorable members, you know, our staff members. I don't think there's a need for me to introduce them. You were once here with us when you were interviewing for NYDA. Oh, by the way, other members were not here. I will allow honorable members who were not part of us, Mpiti, myself, Honorable Mpiti, myself, and Honorable Masiko. You know us. Can I start with Honorable Boni?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, good evening, Advocate Tando. My name is Hobona Prudence Marekwa, member of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, and also serving on this panel. Good luck with your interview. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Advocate Tando. You are welcome. My name is Tabile Masondo, member of the panel and the committee.
Okay, hello.
Evening, Advocate Gumede. Is it? Yeah. You're welcome and good luck. My name is Carol Piri. I'm a member of the portfolio and as well I'm a panelist.
Okay, thank you.
Sawubona Magumede.
Yebo, sawubona mama.
Igama lami nginguMagdalena Duduzile Hlengwa. Ngiyilunga le-committee, i-portfolio committee yaka Women, Youth and Person with Disability. Ngibuye futhi ngibe yilunga locwaningo amakhono enu.
Ngiyabonga. Good evening. My name is Ntokozo Hlonyana, a member of this committee and part of the panel. Good evening.
Thank you very much, honorable members and Advocate Tando Kumete. You are welcome. We wish you good luck. Over to you, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and welcome once again to Parliament, Advocate Gumede. It is a pleasure to see you. The question that we have is around the legislative mandate that is given to the Commission on Gender Equality as a Chapter 9 institution. And I'm sure that you know that the Commission on Gender Equality is established with a view to strengthen constitutional democracy with a focus on the attainment of gender equality in all spheres of life. Now, the question is, what is your understanding of CGE's mandate, powers, and functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling environment? The second part of that question is, explain to this panel the role of the commissioners at the Commission of Gender Equality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Over to you, Advocate.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member, for that question. So Section 187 of the Constitution, as well as Section 11 of the CGE Act, sets out the functions, the powers, and the mandate of the Commission. And in accordance, just as an overarching idea of what the Commission actually is meant to do from a powers and function perspective, they're meant to monitor compliance with international laws. They're meant to assess national laws. They're also meant to make recommendations to Parliament. They are meant to put together different development programs that aim to educate and create awareness around gender equality in the communities. They are also meant to liaise with various stakeholders in the community in order to further the promotion of gender equality. And then further to that, insofar as the roles of the Commission are concerned, the roles of each of the commissioners is there are four key roles of the commission. First of all, the commission is the commissioners are part of the governing body of the commission itself. So they are at the helm of the Commission for Gender Equality. And the Public Finance Management Act establishes them as the executive authority of the CGE. And with that having been said, there are four then key roles insofar as that is concerned. The first is the commissioners are meant to provide strategic direction on issues of the They're meant to do a policy approval insofar as the commission is concerned. They are meant to do oversight on various matters. They are meant to ensure that there is good governance in the organization and accountability. I just want to unpack a little bit further about good governance and what it means, or good corporate governance. So corporate governance basically is about how individuals ought to be behaving inside of an organization. It establishes the rules, the processes, and the laws around appropriate behavior within the organization. And good governance is centered around effective and ethical leadership. Effective and ethical leadership is demonstrated through transparency, accountability, responsibility, competency, and fairness being demonstrated by the commissioners themselves. So what the commission or the commissioners plenary has established are committees. So in accordance with King Code 4, the commissioners themselves are supposed to make arrangements on how they're going to execute on their good governance mandates and roles and responsibilities thereof. And so there are 7 subcommittees of the plenary that have been created. And the responsibility and the role of the commissioners is to sit in each of those committees and then to attend the meetings and to ascertain what the issues are from a subcommittee level, then to take those issues and to elevate them back to the plenary so that those issues can actually be addressed. So your first question about and up and transitioned into a democracy, it was not an automatic transition. And so we needed to establish bodies that would be able to take the bull by the horns and to continue to do the work of transformation throughout the lifetime of our society and our country at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Tando. Honorable Mpiti. Sorry, Honorable Mpiti, I forgot Honorable Hlongo to introduce herself. Honorable Hlongo, I saw your hand was up. Sorry, Honorable Hlongo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the advocate. I'm Stembile Mhlongo, a member of the Portfolio Committee and also of the panel. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hlongo. Advocate, I think you saw our honorable member on the screen.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chair. And a very good evening to Advocate Kumente. My question for you is simple. Can you maybe just take us through your views of the CGE? One of the things that we've really been trying to get from candidates throughout this process is the ability to identify issues or shortcomings of the CGE and be able to tell us what type of interventions they would make. Because, as you know, the CGE has just celebrated 25 years of being in existence. And I think with any institution, one needs to be able to reflect on what the past is, but also be able to plan what the future should look like through innovation and creativity. So I would want to know from you, what are the shortcomings, and should you be appointed as a commissioner, what exactly would you do in that particular position? Secondly, the space of gender is quite a broad space, and so I say that because I think you already know that it's broad because you are in the field. But can you just outline exactly what type of relationships should the CGE be having with NGOs and the public broadcaster? Because there's been a lot of conversation around how exactly do we fulfill the mandate of the CGE using the different stakeholders around us? And so could you outline what type of envisioned idea you would have for those particular relationships? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for the question, Honourable Member. So I'm going to begin by basing what I'm going to say on a research report that was done by the Human Sciences Research Council. And effectively what they had mentioned is that after engaging with people on the ground, they found that people thought that CGE was actually an NGO. They were slightly confused about the work that the organization does. And more specifically, they thought that the CGE had the responsibility of filling the gaps that were left behind by the public sector in the key services that the public sector is supposed to leave behind. So the reason why I'm providing this context is so that what I'm about to say is not something that is just my biased opinion, but has been factually and actually researched by a research institution. I did not know the CGE until the year 2018, when I was in a workshop. And when I was in that workshop, I was not satisfied with the manner of the delivery of the content in that workshop. I found the content to be quite binary, which I found to be contradictory for an organization saying that it is going to stand for LGBTQIA+ rights. And I think if I was someone who was hypersensitive, perhaps I would have found the entire engagement to be quite discriminatory and violent. So I think it's not acceptable to have an organization that is delivering material that is not up to date and up to scratch with where we are, not only nationally, but globally, insofar as the advancements of human rights are concerned. I also did not appreciate the manner in which the content was being delivered. So you had someone who was a man in the room and was clearly asserting his power in a very negative manner, which makes me then question if the CGE understands power dynamics, the dynamics of mobility, of access, of the ability to influence and self-determine one's own identity and self-expression. So the other thing as well is that according to the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, one of the key reasons, as an assessment and analysis of women's advancements has been made, one of the key reasons why we are not progressing on gender equity and equality is because we have not given due recognition to the fact that colonization had a damaging impact in our society. And colonization and its residue or ramifications still remain the key reason as to why we are not able to practically realize equality in our society. So what I would say is that the shortcomings of the CGE is that the work that they do in terms of awareness and education might be slightly out of date and not in tune with the very dynamic, fast-moving, fast-paced of the human rights sector across the globe. And this is important because the CGE has positioned itself as being an organization that will promote, protect, and advance gender equality beyond the borders of this country. So the fact that we are not on par with the rest of the world is quite worrisome. And you can see that, from a reception of the services and the education perspective, that it might be problematic going forward. So for me, going forward, Leolo, mine would be, Honorable Member Leolo, mine would be to ensure intersectionality in the organization that is on par with quality global standards. Because what that means is that South Africa no longer will be behind the rest of the world in advancing human rights. It's incredibly important. And the best starting point with that would be to ensure that the content that you actually are teaching is well researched and is on par with the rest of the world. The other thing, Honorable Member, is with regards to data. Data is incredibly important for making decisions about interventions, where those interventions have to be located, how much budgeting should be set aside for such interventions. One of the shortcomings, not only of the CGE, but South Africa at large, is poor disaggregated data. Although CGE is incredible for putting together research reports, my advice to the CGE would be to narrow its scope from just doing very open, broad research to focusing itself to being an expert on collecting, managing, and collating disaggregated data and becoming an expert at that. The reality is, I don't know if I've got enough time, but the reality is, Honorable Member, and you know this being a young person, we can get information and educational resources on YouTube, on TikTok, and on Instagram. And so if CGE really wants to position itself as being a relevant institution, it ought to give the world, it ought to give the public and the citizens the thing that it needs the most. And for our society especially, it is the disaggregated data that is key to making essential decisions around how we advance, where to advance, and how much in terms of budgeting and planning.
Yeah. It's
No, it's fine, Chairperson. I think I concluded. I was just reiterating. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Hlongo. Honorable Hlongo.
Yes, Chair.
Ithuba lakho.
Thank you very much, Chair. Advocate, as a commissioner of CGE, how would you advise government departments and entities and the private sector to mainstream gender in order to achieve gender equality? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. So the reality that I think we need to be honest about is the fact that there are no consequences to gender inequality in our society. And there are no consequences to not paying people equally in our society. There are no consequences to excluding people in our society. In fact, we rather award brownie points if you do include. So what I would start off by saying is that if we really want to make an incredible impact in our society, before we can even lobby anyone to do anything, what we should be trying to do is to criminalize any forms and all forms of gender-based violence in our society. And when I say gender-based violence, I'm not talking about what people typically think is violence, like one person hitting someone physically. Gender-based violence is any form of discrimination against someone based on their sex, their gender, and their sexual orientation. And that can take the form of excluding people economically. It can take the form of not paying people equally. It can take the form of systemically erasing people's intellectual property. It can take the form of not paying people for their work, like the unpaid care work that we see being very pervasive in our society. So what we need to do is to, first of all, redefine what gender inequality actually is. Gender inequality is a form of gender-based violence. It is gender-based violence, number one. Number two, we must then lobby first before we can do anything else to criminalize that. Criminalization can come in the form of penalties, financial penalties for organizations or institutions, can come in the form of people actually serving jail time for doing that. So after establishing those consequences or making the proposal for those consequences to be established, I'd like to think that governments and other entities will have an incentive to no longer do what they've been doing for hundreds of years. The other thing, Honorable Member, is that we have failed to make the business case for gender equity or anti-gender-based violence. We haven't been able to show and to have conversations about why it is important to include women in the economy, in business, and in organizations and decision-making structures. For instance, there's a study that's been done by the Boston Consulting Group that says that if women were given the same amount of money in venture capitals for them to run their own businesses, the global economy would be increased by 3 to 6%, which would bring in $5 trillion in gross domestic product on a yearly basis around the world. It has also been proven that diverse leadership structures in organizations are over 30% more likely to succeed than those that do not have a diverse structure. And I don't think that we have been putting together the business case, whether it's for the public sector or the private sector, to convince them that it is to their own benefit that they make the spaces to be inclusive. And not to be inclusive just as women deputizing men, but to be inclusive to allow women to actually take up positions of power and of leadership inside of the organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Tando. Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope I am audible, and good evening, Advocate Gumede. My question is around gender-based violence and femicide. We currently have the National Strategic Plan that has been adopted by government. I wanted to ask your views around what do you think has been some of the successes of the NSP and what has been some of the challenges of the NSP. My second question is, the CGE, as a commissioner, you will be writing reports and making recommendations to different government departments. One of the critiques remains that these recommendations don't get adopted and they just sit and collect dust on somebody's table. What will you do as a commissioner to ensure accountability is there and your recommendations are taken seriously? Thank you, Chair.
Over to you, Advocate.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. So insofar as the NSP GBVF is concerned, I'm involved in Pillar 6, Pillar 5, and Pillar 3. So from a national perspective, I've worked as an ambassador
for the sixth pillar, which is for research and information management. And we recently executed the 100 days challenges in the Garden Route district, where we were looking at sexual and related offenses in relation to minors in South Africa and what the problems actually are in relation to that. And we're able to engage various stakeholders and build technology that would make the process of moving the Form 22 across various departments more seamless and more practicable. The other is I work as the Secretariat for the Women Economic Assembly, where I work with procurement opportunities for women, trying to get to the 40% minimum for women across various value chains and inclusivity of women in the economy. And I'm leading currently the third pillar on justice, safety, and protection in Gauteng. Leading that pillar and working with the Department of Safety and Security's Technical Committee on Crime and Law Enforcement. So yes, these are things that I am aware of insofar as the NSP-GBVF is concerned. I think the first challenge that I see, especially from like a CGE perspective, is that I don't see an amalgamation, a full amalgamation of the NSP-GBVF in all facets of society. There really should not be a debate about which document is the leading document in this country or the governing document in this country insofar as strategy and framework of gender-based violence and femicide is concerned. And I often find that there are discussions of various other instruments, such as the NDP, which quite frankly is found to be quite inadequate in addressing anything to do with gender inequities in this country. The second thing, and gosh, this is a very difficult thing to say on a public platform, but I have found the experience of working in that space to be not intersectional as it ought to be. So in instances of liberal racism, where particular types of women are centered more than other women, and when you read through the NSP-GBVF itself, you find that there are not much discussions about Black women. And Black women are the majority in this country; they're the face of this country, and the intersectional oppressions that Black women face are unique and cannot be easily understood just by using a blanket approach. That was, I think, one of the missed targets for the NSP-GBVF, and I've experienced it myself in the work that I've done. The other thing is with regards to funding. It's just been quite unacceptable to see that the biggest funder for the NSP-GBVF in South Africa is the Ford Foundation, and they are giving 1.2 million rand to do work that is supposed to serve, quite frankly, this entire country. And in terms of
what foundation?
The Ford Foundation.
They are giving 1.2 by who?
They give 1.2 million rand yes, so that we can be able to work. So for almost 2 years, actually for 2 years, the NSP-GBVF and all of its collaborators and stakeholders have been working on a voluntary basis. And it's only recently that the Ford Foundation has now been starting to pay people for the work that they're doing. That shows the lack of commitment and, quite frankly, the disregard and the disrespect that the country has, or the decision makers have in this country, to actually deal with the issue of gender-based violence and femicide. Insofar as the successes are concerned, I'm going to go back to the 100-day challenges. I think it was an absolute brilliant initiative, number one, and a success, because we were able to really zone in on some of the issues around the whole country and to have 100 days to find out what the problems were in a particular region and to engage with various stakeholders and to be able to explore different options in terms of problem solving and then execute on those problems. That for me has been the absolute biggest success, and that should be something that we continue implementing as we go forward.
Oh, I wish you were having time to expand on that one, but it's fine. Honorable Hlonyane.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings again. Well, my questions is just 3 questions, right? And then the first question that I'm going to ask you is that the CGE has been accused of not being known, especially in the rural areas. Furthermore, the CGE is not understood by communities of what its role and responsibilities are. How are you going to improve this if given the opportunity to serve as a commissioner? And then the second question will be, do you have litigation experience? And then do you have advocacy experience? As well, do you have experience regard to legislative and policy review? And then the last one will be, we really understand how your CV is, but can you please just give us more on your management experience, so that you know, highlighting the specific management skills that you possess. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you so much for the question, Honorable Member. So, with regards to making inroads in the rural areas, it's a pity because I didn't get to do my introduction where I was going to tell you that my roots are in the rural community of Ebola in KZN. I wanted to tell you it. So that is my home. And there are 3 proposals that I want to make to you. So the first is that, and I'm aware that SALGA is already one of the stakeholders for CGE. However, I want to perhaps propose a difference in approach of the stakeholder relationship that CGE has with SALGA. So SALGA actually works on the grassroots with many organizations and many women's organizations. And I think it would be wise that you tap into the database that SALGA actually has of different women's organizations, different women in business, or different empowerment organizations in the rural areas, and use that database to reach the target market that you actually want to get to. So let's say, for instance, in this month, you want to get a hold of women in business in KZN, for example. Okay. You will then ask to ring fence the database that speaks to that specifically. And if you want to get a hold of different types of target markets, you will just ask for that database. So the relationship that the CG ought to now have is one that leverages on the strengths of the other organizations, which I know is part of the plans of the 2019 to 2024 plans of catalyzing gender equity instead of being implementers of gender equity. The other thing is, if you want to reach young people and children, then the best way to make inroads in the rural communities is through the schools. And the last one is, there are a number of grassroots organizations that work in the rural areas. One of them is an organization called SAFRA that works with property rights in the rural areas, trying to ensure that women in the rural areas are protected. So what normally happens is that women in the rural areas do not feel comfortable having engagements where men are around because the power dynamics quickly become skewed. They become scared to actually voice some of the abuses that they're having in those areas, not having access to water, sugarcane fields being burnt in front of their homes, all sorts of things. So establishing relationships with those small organizations will allow you to understand those very unique issues that affect those people that live in the very, very deep, remote rural areas. And then in terms of, so once again, if I had the opportunity to introduce myself, so I've worked in the judiciary as a judge's research clerk. So I've been responsible for formulating or assisting with the research and judge execution of judgments. I don't think there's any lawyer that can finish law school without having done law clinic and briefed counsel or gone to court. So yes, I've got litigation experience. But my first instance of litigation actually was before I even got my law degree, when I assisted an organization that was trying to advance education rights in South Africa to get affidavits from different schools around the Gauteng province. So that's pretty much how I started. And then I also, in my own spare time, assist women who are having troubles with all sorts of gender-based violence-related issues to go and get assistance with watch briefs from other advocates who are practicing in litigation at the moment. And then in terms of advocacy, yes, I advocate on different platforms. For instance, I was a co-host of a TV show called It's a Feminist Thing. We were dismantling patriarchy by talking about all of the different manifestations of patriarchy and structural violences in our society. I also, of course, do education and teaching, and I speak on a number of platforms. I've been invited to go and speak at the United Nations Commission Status of Women NGO. I've done a intervention speech there. I've been asked to do speeches in different places where I speak about intersectional oppression and especially misogynoir. Misogynoir is something I'm very passionate about, which is the racialized form of gender-based violence that specifically affects women of color in our society.